sitting position. The word asana in Sanskrit does appear in many contexts denoting a static physical position, although traditional usage is specific to the practice of yoga. Traditional usage defines asana as both singular and plural. In English, plural for asana is defined as asanas. In the Yoga Sutras, Patanjali defines asana as to be seated in a position that is firm but relaxed. Patanjali mentions the ability to sit for extended periods as one of the 8 limbs of a system known as Ashtanga Yoga. We shall now see the importance of asana. Asanas are beneficial for the muscles, joints, cardiovascular system, nervous system and lymphatic system, as well as the mind, psyche and chakras or energy centers. Asanas are said to be important because flexibility of spine is increased, the joints become more mobile, muscles are relaxed, toned and receive a plenty supply of blood. Organ and glandular activity is stimulated and regulated, lymphatic system and metabolism is stimulated, immune system is strengthened, circulation and blood pressure are stimulated. The nervous system is calmed and strengthened, the skin becomes clear and fresh. We shall now see the difference between gymnastics and yoga. In contrast to gymnastic exercises, asanas are practiced slowly to enable mental focus and a conscious understanding of the movement. The number of exercises practiced is not important, but rather the quality of performance. Before, after and between the exercises, a period of conscious physical and mental relaxation should be included. The objective of the asanas is not the conversion of bottled up energy or tension into movement. Rather, it is to harmonize the body and mind by consciously observing the physical and mental process as each movement or relaxation is practiced. The body does not become tired or exhausted through the asanas. On the contrary, with energy recharged, one feels rested and refreshed. Yogasanas and the importance of yogasanas. In the modern society, yogasanas have acquired an importance which has a twofold character. They are not only set of all-round physical exercises, but a preparatory stage for the practice of yoga. Once we start the yoga practice, their influence will become apparent in our everyday life. We will begin to enjoy better health, sound sleep, a keen mind and a more cheerful disposition. Our body will gradually acquire a pleasant lightness and suppleness. Our mind will become more calm and our tensions diminish. We will also notice an improvement in our figure, posture, vision and general appearance, for we will start looking younger and feeling more alive. Its secret lies in the fact that it deals with the entire man, not just one of its aspects. Some important yogasanas. The first one being Padmasana. The term Padmasana means lotus. An individual who demonstrates this asana appears like a lotus. Hence, this asana is known as Padmasana. Some people name it as Kamalasana. Kamala means Padma. It is considered as the best asana for contemplation. In Padmasana, there are certain variations also. Ardha Padmasana, Virasana, Parvadasana or mountain pose, Samasana or equal pose, Karmukasana, Uttida Padmasana. The second one is Siddhasana. In the order of importance, Siddhasana comes next to Padmasana. An individual can acquire siddhis or power in different fields if one develops mastery over this Siddhasana. In the Vedic and post-Vedic India, many Siddhas or perfect yogins practiced this asana. Therefore, this asana is popularly known as Siddhasana. Third one is Guptasana or hidden pose. In this asana, the person concerned should place the left heel over the organ of generation. The right heel is also placed over the external organ of generation. The two ankles are in close contact. The right toes are thrust inside the hollow between the left thigh and left calf muscles. The left toes are covered by the right leg. In this asana, the demonstrator hides well the organs of generation. That is why this asana is known as Guptasana. The fourth one is Vajrasana or adamantine pose. The demonstrator keeps the left heel below the organs of generation. The right heel is placed over the organ. Vajra means adamantine, hence this is called Vajrasana. Person who sits in this asana have a steady, firm pose. They cannot be easily shaken. The knees are rendered very hard. The danda becomes very firm and strong. This particular asana resembles the namaz pose of the Muslims. Advantages of Vajrasana. If an individual sits in this asana for about half an hour, immediately after food, the food will be digested well. The nerves and muscles of the legs and thighs can be strengthened. Gradually, myalgia in the knees, legs, toes and thighs will disappear. Flatulence can be removed. The stomach of the person concerned starts working vigorously. Some variations of Vajrasana are Kurmasana or tortoise pose, Ardha Kurmasana, Uttara Kurmasana, Mandukasana or frog pose, and Shirshasana. The fifth one is Mayurasana. In Sanskrit, Mayura means peacock. The demonstrator of this asana appears to be a peacock which has spread out the bundle of feathers at its back. To exhibit this asana, the demonstrator should possess good physical strength. The technique of Mayurasana. The demonstrator should kneel on the ground and squat on the toes. Then they should raise the heels up and join the two forearms together. They should place the palms of the two hands on the ground after joining the two forearms together. The two little fingers must be in close opposition or juxtaposition. The thumbs should touch the ground and project towards the feet. At this stage, the demonstrator has got steady and firm forearms for supporting the whole body in the ensuing elevation of the trunk and legs. Then they should bring down the abdomen slowly against the conjoined elbows. They should support the body upon the elbows that are pressed now against the navel or umbilicus. This is the first stage of Mayurasana. Then they should stretch their legs and raise the feet straight on a level with the head parallel to the ground. This is the second stage of this asana. Persons having good physical strength can perform this asana for 2 to 3 minutes, but others can perform it for 5 to 20 seconds only. Advantages of Mayurasana. Mayurasana is considered as a wonderful asana for improving digestion. It destroys the effects of wholesome diet. This asana cures diseases like dyspepsia and diseases of the stomach like gulma, chronic gastritis, and reduces splenic and liver enlargement by increasing the intra-abdominal pressure. It develops appetite and removes all diseases caused by an excess of wind, bile or phlegm, cures diabetes, hemorrhoids, and gives strength to the muscles of the arms. In minimum time, this asana gives maximum physical exercises. The sixth one is Sarvangasana. Since all angas or parts of the body are engaged when this asana is performed. This asana is called Sarvangasana. This is a serious asana and gives wonderful benefits to the person who regularly practices this asana. Techniques of Sarvangasana. The demonstrator has to spread thick blanket on the floor and practice this asana on the blanket. They have to lie on the blanket quite flat at the outset and slowly raise their legs. Then they have to lift the trunk, hips and legs quite vertically. They have to support the back with 2 hands on each side. They should rest the elbow on the ground and press the chin against the chest and form a chin lock firmly. They should allow the back shoulder portion and neck to touch the ground closely. They should not allow the body to shake or move to and fro. Then keep the legs straight. After the asana is over, bring down the legs very slowly with elegance and not with any jerks. This asana should be performed very gracefully. When the asana is performed, the whole body weight of the body is thrown on the shoulders. The demonstrator actually stands on the shoulders with the help and support of the elbows. They have to concentrate on the thyroid gland which lies on the front lower part of the neck. They should retain the breath as long as they can perform with comfort and slowly exhale through the nose. Advantages of Sarvangasana. One of the important advantages of this asana is that the thyroid gland, which plays an important part in the metabolism, growth, nutrition and structure, is properly nourished. It is said that healthy thyroid means healthy function of the circulatory, respiratory, alimentary, genitourinary and nervous systems of the body. The thyroid operates in conjunction with other ductless glands, pituitary, pineal in the brain, suprarenal above the kidneys, liver, spleen and testes. If this thyroid is diseased, all other glands suffer. This asana helps to supply a large quantity of blood to the spinal roots of nerves. It also helps to centralize the blood in the spinal column. It helps to keep the spine quite elastic. Elasticity of the spine means everlasting youth. This asana also helps to retain celibacy or brahmacharya. It removes sterility and diseases of womb. Women can safely practice this asana. Sarvangasana has the advantages of removing dyspepsia, constipation and other gastrointestinal disorders of a chronic nature. For such advantages, one should perform this asana daily twice, morning and evening. The 7th one is Dhanurasana. In this asana, the demonstrator appears like a bow or dhanu. The stretched arms and forelegs form the string of a bow. It bends the spine backwards and supplements Bhujangasana. This asana is a combination of Bhujangasana and Shalabhasana with the addition of catching the ankles with the hands. Bhujangasana, Shalabhasana and Dhanurasana form a valuable combination. These 3 asanas always function together. Now the technique of the asana. At the outset, the demonstrator should lie on the chest with the face downwards. Then should release all muscles and should keep the arms at the sides. They should gently fold the legs at the back and raise hands backwards. After this pose, catch hold of the ankles with the hands and raise chest and keep the arms and forelegs quite straight and stiff. Thus, a nice convex arc is formed. If this demonstrator desires to stretch the legs, they can raise chest up. They should dexterously manipulate. They have to retain the breath in a midway and exhale slowly. The They should continue this practice for 5 to 6 times. The demonstrator can retain this pose as long as they can keep it comfortably. Dhanurasana gives a good massage to the abdominal region as the whole body rests on the abdomen. One has to practice this asana only when the stomach is empty. Now the advantages of this asana. Dhanurasana works as a good medicine in chronic constipation, dyspepsia and sluggishness of liver. It is also helpful in curing hunchback, rheumatism of legs, knee joints and hands. This asana is very helpful to the persons who suffer from gastrointestinal diseases. Now some important instructions to be followed in yogasanas. First one should practice different asanas in a well-ventilated clean room where there is free movement of fresh air. The flow must be even. Second, one can practice asanas on the sandy bed of rivers, seashores and open airy places. Third, morning time is considered as the best time for practicing asanas. One should perform asanas on empty stomach or at least 3 hours after food. Fourth, one should spread a blanket on the floor and practice the asanas over the blanket. A pillow or 4-folded blanket should be used while performing Shirshasana. Fifth, the demonstrator should not use spectacles while performing asanas. They may be broken or may injure the eyes. Sixth, a beginner should start with minimum time for performing asanas. They should gradually increase the period. One should do asanas as long as one can keep up the posture comfortably. Seventh, in order to realize maximum benefits of asanas, one should practice regularly. Eighth, to practice asanas, one should have patience and perseverance, earnestness and sincerity. Ninth, one should not change the asanas. Adhere to one set tenaciously. Change of one set of asanas to another set may not give better results. 10th, one should be steady while performing asanas. 11th, when a particular asana is not suitable for an individual, they can select some other asana. 12th, the persons who practice Shirshasana should take some light snacks or juice after the asana is over. 13. One should avoid unnecessary worries. 14. One should observe moderation in eating, drinking, sleeping and all other activities. 15. One should observe celibacy to get the benefits of asanas. 16. Without yama, niyama, viveka and vairagya, one cannot enjoy the advantages of asanas. 17. To be efficient in different asanas, one should have faith and confidence, interest and attention. Some important principles for the practice of asana. 1. Asanas are always performed in coordination with the breath. Movements that expand the chest and abdominal cavity are always connected with the inhalation. Movements that narrow the chest and abdominal cavity are always connected with the exhalation. 2. In the initial stages of practice, the asanas are performed once or twice without holding so that the movement of the body and the breath are synchronized. In this way, it is clearly established with which movement to inhale or exhale. This type of practice calms the nervous system, stimulates the glands, increases the capacity of the breath, and frees one from physical and mental stress. The mind becomes relaxed, calm, and clear. Only after this preliminary practice should an asana be held for a longer time, breathing normally. During practice, concentration is directed to the specific part of the body on which this exercise is working. The breath consciousness is also directed to this region of the body. Fourth, after practicing a posture, a counter pose or equalizing posture is carried out. For example, When one part of the body is flexed or contracted, then in the following asana it is extended or stretched. Surya Namaskar. Surya Namaskar means prayer to the sun. Sun being the most effulgent and life-giving force, it forms the visible representation of the invisible Almighty God. It is very difficult on the part of all individuals to think of this, the transcendent supreme absolute, without the help of some concrete object or idea. For such individuals, the sun forms the best object for worship and meditation. Surya Namaskar is a technique which prepares the foundation for the all-round culture of the body, mind and spirit. Prayer to the sun or Surya Namaskar consists of 12 postures or stages. One posture smoothly and graciously follows into the next pose. While performing Surya Namaskar, one should not undergo undue strain. They should be aware of the inner mood with which Surya Namaskar is done. These are the 12 postures of Surya Namaskar. Several yoga postures are combined in Surya Namaskar with rhythmic breathing, rapid movement and sunbathing and prayerful contemplation of the divine power that the sun represents. The demonstrator has to practice the Surya Namaskar facing the morning sun, bathing his or her whole body in the life-giving rays of the sun. Pranayama. Pranayama is the conscious and deliberate control and regulation of the breath. Prana means breath. Ayam means to control, to regulate. With each breath we absorb not only oxygen but also prana. Prana is cosmic energy, the power in the universe that creates, preserves and changes. It is a basic element of life and consciousness. Prana is also found in food. Therefore, it is very important to have a healthy and wholesome vegetarian diet. The conscious guidance of prana in the body gives rise to an increase in vitality, physical detoxification and improved immunity, as well as the attainment of inner peace, relaxation and mental clarity. In mythology, it is said that the length of the person's life is predetermined by the number of breaths. The yogi tries to conserve time and lengthen life by slowing down the breath. Steps for doing pranayama. 1. Firstly, we need to make the lungs to expand and contract so that we start breathing more. Hence, we do Surya Namaskars or any dynamic practices or yoga postures first, so that our breathing increases. Also, we start breathing from abdomen like kids. 2. Followed by that, we do the following practices. The first one is Kapalbhati, throwing out the air. We throw out all the bad air outside. In this, the focus is on exhaling. From the stomach, we push to throw out the air. Next is Bhastrika. This is to increase the intake of breath. In this, we inhale and exhale together. People with high BP should not do this. Face should be completely relaxed. If you need to pull very hard using facial expression, you are doing incorrect. The next one is Anulom Vilom or Nadi Shodhan. This is one of the most important practice. In this, you breathe from one nostril, closing the other nostril and exhale from the other nostril. And then inhale from other nostril and exhale from the first nostril. This brings out balance between left and right nostrils. It should be done as slow as possible. It will regulate the pranas. The next is Brahmari, honeybee sound. In this, you close your ears with thumb and make sound of honeybee with eyes closed. This will further regulate the pranas. Just listen the subtle vibrations of the sound. Next one being Shavasana. Lie down for 5 to 10 minutes to relax and rejuvenate, to further calm down the pranas and bring it to normal. Now some of the effects of pranayama. First comes the physical effects. Preservation of the body's health, purification of the blood, improvement in the absorption of oxygen, strengthening the lungs and heart, regulation of blood pressure, regulation of the nervous system, supporting the healing process and healing therapies, increasing resistance to infection. Now the mental effects: elimination of stress, nervousness and depression, quietening of thoughts and emotions, inner balance, release of energy blockages. The spiritual effects: deepening of meditation, awakening and purification of the chakras or the energy centers, and expansion of consciousness. Now we shall discuss some of the misconceptions about yoga. First, yoga is just for flexible people. You can fill in the blank. I've heard it all. I am not flexible enough. I am not thin enough. I am not young enough. Yoga accepts you wherever you are. There are no rules, no expectations and no judgments. Anyone can benefit from the practice of yoga as long as she or he is patient and approaches the practice with an open mind. Second, yoga is easy, gentle stretching. There is a great deal of value in gentle yoga, but there are many styles and schools of yoga that are incredibly physically challenging. It takes strength, stamina and flexibility. There is a class out there that will meet your needs, whether you are a dancer, athlete or a tired grandma. Third, the purpose of yoga is physical fitness. A lot of people put yoga in the same category as a Zumba class because of its health benefits. But one of the reasons that asana practice is so great for you is that it mixes awareness and concentration with movement. In other words, yoga is moving meditation. That is so different from other fitness classes. Fourth one, it conflicts with my religion. It is true that in some yoga studios you might see a statue of the Hindu deity Shiva and hear some chanting. No one will ever push any religious thoughts during a yoga class. Fifth, there is a wrong conception that yoga should be practiced only through some guru or yoga master. No doubt the guidance from yoga teacher will be helpful for easy practice of yogic exercise, but one can practice through gaining knowledge from the readily available books, video cassettes and other available materials. Let us now summarize the important points discussed. The study and practice of yogasana is most ancient, yet still unsurpassed art and science of living. It gives us the key to youth, health and long life and helps us to find harmony, peace of mind and true happiness. It is high time for us to try this age-old method and test its effectiveness for physical well-being, mental and spiritual advancement. Thank you for watching the session on the concept of asanas. See you soon with a new topic. Till then, goodbye.
Hi viewers, welcome to the paper Library and Information Center Management. Library Housekeeping Operations, Reader Services. Services in the Maintenance section. In the Maintenance section, the books are properly shelved when received from the Technical section or when returned by the members after being used. It is the duty of this section to ensure that documents are correctly shelved on the racks. This is all the more important if open access system is followed. Open access. Open access is meant the opportunity to see and examine the document collection with as much freedom as in one's own private library. In an open access library, users are allowed to enter the stack room and browse among the documents so that they can examine them personally and pick and choose those which suit them most. Open access becomes meaningful only if the documents are arranged in the classified order so that documents which are related to each other are brought together. This provides the users an opportunity to select the most appropriate documents which meet their information requirements. This also leads to chance discoveries by the users. The 5 laws of library science fully support the open access system. Books will be used more only if users are fully convinced of their utility. Open access provides exactly this opportunity, which fulfills the spirit of the first law. It enhances the chances of readers to locate their books and chances of books to be noticed by the needy users. Open access avoids the time wasted in tracing the titles in catalogs and waiting thereafter for the books to be brought by staff. Thus, the 4th law also reinforces the open access system. As libraries are used more and more, the staff may not be able to meet the constant demand for documents in the closed access method. Here also, open access comes to the rescue as libraries grow, thus fulfilling the sense of the 5th law. Open access, however, has its own demerits. The most important is the dislocation or misplacement of documents. There are also more chances of mutilation and theft of books. This calls for regular shelf rectification and continuous vigilance. It has to be assumed that in spite of the constant efforts, some amount of loss is inevitable. Display of documents. As indicated earlier, in some libraries, the maintenance section is in charge of the display of new documents. In that case, all books received from the technical section are displayed in specially made display racks either near the entrance of the library or at the entrance of the stack room. After a fixed period of time, the books which have been not taken away by users are shelved at appropriate locations. While stacking the books in the shelves, certain principles have to be kept in mind. The important principles are: a library must be designed to accommodate books and other documents of every description. Stacks should be planned to give ready access to every volume and easy communication with cataloging, reading and delivery rooms. A ventilating system ensuring adequate fresh air free of dust with temperature and humidity control has to be ensured. A lighting system whereby the titles of books can be easily read and browsing is possible is essential. There should be adequate provision for expansion. Wastage of space should be avoided. Maximum number of books should be shelved in minimum space. The shelves should be as much attractive, functional and durable as possible. Shelving methods. The arrangement of books on shelves should be decided keeping in view that they have to be used to the maximum. The essence of library service is to provide the book needed or to suggest a similar title with a minimum of delay. But the arrangement cannot be permanent in the changing library world. The usual patterns of arrangement of documents in the shelves are classified arrangement, broken order arrangement, parallel arrangement, block arrangement, and ribbon arrangement. Routines in the maintenance section. The distinctive work of the maintenance section is to be planned with reference to the following factors. First, work associated with volumes which are returned. Second one, work with new volumes. Third, shelf rectification. Fourth, work with volumes which are reported lost. Fifth, work with damaged volumes. Sixth, binding. Seventh, correction of call numbers in the documents. Eighth, building topical collections. Ninth, stock verification. Guiding work. The display guides used in the stack room are the following: floor guides, tire guides, gangway guides, bay guides, shelf guides, and general instruction guides. Stock verification. A systematic check of the holdings of a library may be made at regular intervals to find out which items are missing. Care in planning this task ensures its completion with the least interruption to the library service. It is natural that some portion of the library materials in an open access system are liable to be damaged and lost. But a stock verification report is still useful in determining whether the library's provisions for the protection of its materials are adequate. Further, if the report shows that all copies of particular items have been issued out, it points out the popularity and demand for the items, so that the librarian may proceed to buy more copies of such items. In big libraries, it becomes difficult and inconvenient to do thorough physical verification of the holdings at regular intervals, as it dislocates the regular library routine in diverting staff for stock verification. Rather, perennial stock verification may be done section by section or class by class with the help of shelf list without dislocating normal library routine. Next, advantages of stock verification. First, verification of holdings discloses how many volumes are lost, so that replacement may be made in case of essential books lost. Second, misplaced books are restored to their proper place, and this results in rectification of stock. Third, it provides adequate statistics of the percentage of inevitable loss. Fourth, it helps the authorities to provide adequate safeguards to check future losses. Fifth, periodical stock taking eventually leads to the cleaning, shuffling, and dusting of books. Sixth, it provides opportunities to weed out books no longer in use and very old editions of books. Seventh, it provides an opportunity to the members of the staff to acquaint themselves with the holdings of the library, and this helps them to render better reference service. Next, disadvantages of stock verification. First one, periodical and complete stock taking will affect the normal working of the library. Second, the common argument is that stock verification yields no tangible results but leads to the wastage of money, man hours, and materials. Third one, the cost of stock taking does not cover the cost of books misplaced and lost. Fourth, for physical verification of the stock, books in use are called back. Much to the chagrin of the members. Then next is methods of stock verification. First one, numerical counting of the books. This is made by mere counting of books on the shelves, on the charged trays or issue register, on the binding trays and other records. The total number arrived by numerical counting is deducted from the total number of books accessioned as per the accession register. The balance gives the number of untraceable books. This method gives a rough idea of the amount of loss, but does not serve the basic purpose of stock taking. Then second, using the accession register. In this method, the accession register is taken to the shelves and one assistant calls the particulars of the books from the shelf along with the accession number, and the second assistant ticks the relevant accession number in the accession register. When the entire books are checked, a list of books which could not be traced is prepared and such books are further searched from different records. This method is cumbersome and time consuming, and the tick marks in the accession register disfigure and spoil it. Books are arranged on the shelves by class number, while entries in the accession register are by serial numbers. As such, it takes a lot of time to search the accession number and verify the details of the book before ticking it. This method is slow and is not suitable for a library with a sizable collection. Third, using a separate register with accession numbers. In order to prevent the disfigurement of the accession register, a separate register is prepared with the following details: accession number, years of stock taking, and remarks. In this method, two assistants carry out the stock taking work. One assistant speaks out the accession number from the book, and the other assistant ticks the relevant year column from the accession number spoken. At the end of stock taking, a list is prepared on separate sheets. Untraceable books are traced as far as possible from the records in the charging counter and the binding section, and also from the shelves of returned books, and items which are already found are crossed out from the list. The remaining items are noted on separate paper with all relevant details and prices of the books for the purpose of getting them written off with sanction of the proper authority. This method saves the accession register from disfigurement and damage, but the danger of speaking out wrong accession number or crossing out wrong numbers still remains. This method is also very slow and not suitable for big libraries. Fourth one, using separate sheets containing accession numbers. This method uses separate sheets which have accession numbers up to the last item acquired in a library in a consecutive sequence. The method of stock taking is the same as using accession register or separate register containing accession numbers. The advantage of this is that many teams can carry out the work simultaneously. The most difficult job is to transfer all the missing numbers to separate sheets to locate the volumes untraceable. Fifth one, using shelf register or by combining stock rectification and stock taking process as proposed by Ranganathan. This method uses shelf register or shelf cards instead of accession register. Ranganathan is the opinion that stock verification can be combined with the process of shelf rectification. For implementing this method, the classification scheme in use should ensure proper identification and individualization of every document so that the call number, including book number, copy number, etc., only can be used for shelf rectification and stock verification. The stack area may be divided into convenient sections or parts, and each part assigned to a party of 2. A staff member may be engaged to rectify the shelf pertaining to the books to be checked for the day. At the same time, the other member verifies the charging trays to find out the books issued from that particular region. Cards for the books available in the charging trays are made to stand on their shorter edge. The 2 assistants then go to the shelves and then checks out the books from the call numbers on the tags on the spine of books. At the end of the day, cards for the books for which the call numbers could not be found on the shelves are taken out and placed in the investigation box. The cards for books which were previously made to stand on the short edges are then turned to their normal position. The cards in the investigation box are then checked with the reserved books bespoken, books for binding, and returned books awaiting restoration. The cards of the books which are thus found are replaced in the shelf list tray as usual. The remaining items are reported to the librarian for necessary action, and the 6th one using computers. Before the advent of library computerization, computers were used mainly for locating the accession numbers of missing books after stock taking by manual methods. But once barcodes began to be used for charging and discharging, computers were directly inducted to stock taking. In this method, computers having the entire database of books in their memory are taken to the stack room. Barcode readers are taken to the shelf and the barcodes are scanned. Thus, the details of all the documents available in the library are collected. The details of the documents issued out are readily available in the system. From this, the details of the documents missing can be easily understood. The main advantage of this method is that all the formalities of stock verification can be completed without disrupting the services. It also helps to avoid the tedium of stock verification. The next, care and preservation of documents. One of the primary functions of the library is the preservation of documents for posterity. Maintenance section, being the custodian of majority of documents, is in charge of this task. In order to take care of the documents, libraries have to identify the enemies of books and think of the remedial measures. The major factors that affect the documents and the common remedial measures are discussed below. Environmental factors. The major factors under this category are sunlight, rain, temperature, humidity, dust, dirt, and fire. In order to protect the documents from sunlight, rain, temperature, and humidity, care should be taken right from the construction of library building. The documents should be kept in such a way as to protect them from direct sunlight and rain. In order to prevent the harmful effects of temperature and humidity, there should be enough light and ventilation within the stack room. Air conditioning, though a costly proposition, is the ideal solution. Dust and dirt are the great enemies of books and other documents. Dusting and cleaning the library shelves and the library as a whole are the routine tasks that must be done regularly. Air conditioning is another solution. Fire may be caused by burning matchsticks, butts of lighted cigarettes, candle lamps and electrical defects. As preventive measures, smoking should be banned in the library and no inflammable articles like kerosene, waste paper, rags, etc. should be kept in the open. Sufficient number of fire extinguishers should be fixed at strategic points in the library. Then chemical factors. Chemical deterioration is caused by internal and external factors. They are caused by chemical agents like acid, oxidation gases and atmospheric contaminants. The bleaching ingredients like sodium sulfate, bleaching powder, chlorine gas, sizing ingredients like alum, starch, glue, gum, loading ingredients like clay, chalk, talcum, gypsum, kaolin, titanium dioxide, zinc compound, etc. are added to the paper at the time of manufacturing. There is no single remedy for these agents, but to be careful about the degradation. Biological factors. The major biological agents that wreak havoc to the documents include fungi, insect pests, rats and human beings. The infection of fungi leads to mildew or mold. Mildew is a thin whitish coating consisting of fungi of many kinds. Artificial heating may be used to drive away the humidity which encourages the growth of fungi. If the books are affected only on the covers on the outside, the stains can be removed by alcohol. But once mildew gets into the fiber of the paper, there is no cure. Thymol crystals are used for sterilizing. The term foxing is used to describe dull, rusty patches which appear frequently on pages of old books. Foxing is caused by the action of enzymes produced by fungi on the iron contained as an impurity in paper. The most effective means of retarding the spread of foxing is to maintain ideal temperature and humidity, that is 75°F and 50% relative humidity in storage areas. This can be achieved by air conditioning. Insect pests include white ants, cockroaches, silverfish, beetle, etc. Fumigation can be generally used as a remedy to the attack of insect pest. Fumigation can be done in libraries by several methods. Thymol fumigation, fumigation with formaldehyde, fumigation with ethylene dichloride and carbon tetrachloride, and fumigation with para-dichlorobenzene are some of them. The most common method is by using para-dichlorobenzene crystals or naphthalene balls. In this method, books are kept in a warm cupboard containing para-dichlorobenzene crystals 1 kg to 1 cubic meter with the leaves opened for 2 weeks. This method is helpful to avoid vermins, bookworms and larvae of beetle. To tackle termites or white ants, creosote oil mixed with kerosene or creosote crude may be used. At the time of construction of library building, enough precaution should be taken to avoid the attack of termites in future. The superstructure should be isolated from the foundation by a damp-proof concrete slab. Silverfish is attracted by glue, paste and gelatin and can be repelled by a simple mixture of boric acid and wheat flour spread near the books. A mixture of sodium fluoride and flour in the ratio of 12:100 is also effective. To eliminate sodium fluoride may be scattered on runways. Now there are a number of commercial products in the market like Begum bait or Tugun bait which were effective against cockroaches. In order to counter rats, rat poison should never be used as they die and rot at unseen corners, emitting foul smell much to the discomfort of the users. Rat traps should be spread throughout the library with necessary bait. Human beings, perhaps the biggest enemies in the safe and keep of books because of the deviant behavior like stealing or mutilation, can be dissuaded from malpractices by stringent security measures, spying from a vantage point or by using detection devices like closed circuit cameras. The radio frequency identification and detection device or RFID, which is helpful in detecting unauthorized movement of documents, is becoming common in libraries. Once the documents are damaged, they can be restored to a very great extent by binding. Formerly, techniques like mounting, glazing were used to restore damaged documents, but lamination has come as great boon to libraries. Lamination is the process of strengthening paper by covering one or both sides with transparent tissue paper or cellulose acetate foil using heat or acetone solvent. Digitization of damaged documents is the most sought after method now for the long term preservation. Here is a list of questions for you. First one, define open access system in a library. What are its merits? Second one, what are the principles to be followed in the display of books in the shelves? Third one, examine the essential differences between the different types of arrangement of books in the shelves. Fourth, explain the purpose of different display guides in the maintenance section of the library. And fifth, what are the merits and demerits of stock verification? Sixth one, describe a method of stock verification suitable for a large university library. And last, briefly explain the methods adopted in libraries for the preservation of documents. Here is a list of books for future references. First one, Effective Library and I-Information Center Management, written by Bryson Joe and published by Jacon Publishers, Bombay in 1996. Second, Librarianship and Introduction by Chowdhury Gigi et al., published by Facet Publishing, London in 2008. Third, The New Professionals Handbook by Coral Sheila and Breverton Anthony, published by Library Association Publishing, London in 1999. Then next, Library Management, a Manual for Effective Management by Anil K. Biman and Yashoda Rani. It was published by SS Publications, New Delhi in 2004. Then Introduction to Library Public Services by Evans G. Edward et al. 6th edition, published by Libraries Unlimited, Englewood, Colorado in 2005. Then Library Administration Theory and Practice by R.L. Mittal, 5th edition, published by Metropolitan Publishers, New Delhi, 1983. Here we can conclude the session on Library Housekeeping Operations Reader Service. We can discuss another topic in the next session. Till then, bye.
Welcome to Interface. We have with us a very special guest today. It gives me much joy to welcome and introduce to our audience our guest, transgender activist, writer, actor, entrepreneur, and now a filmmaker too, Miss Kalki Subramanian. Welcome.
Namaste.
Well, from the time when people of the transgender communities were largely the butt of ridicule and were marginalized, we have come a long way today when we are doing this program on national television. And I know that I'm talking to one person who is largely responsible for this transformed state. I'm sure our viewers would like to listen to the journey of your life in your own words.
It is an opportunity for me to not only speak about my life, I think it is also an opportunity for me to talk about the whole issue of the transgender community. During the British colonial period, there was a law that was passed, the Criminal Tribes Act. That one single law, that Criminal Tribes Act, had actually oppressed so many communities, and transgender community was one of them. And almost after a century, only last year in 2014, on April 15th, the Supreme Court of India had finally recognized transgender people. The transgender community, the Hijra people, as well as many identities that fall under the transgender umbrella, have for generations experienced oppression, discrimination, and have also faced hatred, violence, stigma, and ostracization from our families. This is also a time where I'm happy to express that the legal recognition, the movement for transgender liberation and equal status has come only from the last decade, that too especially after the HIV epidemic and the issues that followed, and the NGOs who tried to find out the target population was for recovery and relief from HIV AIDS, and the transgender population being largely a sex working community owing to the lack of livelihood was one such population that had to be addressed with sexual health protection and medication. And that is how the transgender community actually came into visibility to the society, to the media, to the public, to the government. And since then, slowly, gradually, many of us have come out and raised our voices. Our voices, few of us came out openly and questioned the oppression that was completely injustice. The injustice that was done to us, we questioned it. And I think for the past 10 years, our movement had been very intense. We have been advocating for our rights with the government, with the policy makers, with the law, judiciary, with the media, to the academicians, and largely to the public. And we have today our legal rights, but still a large number of us, almost all of us, are facing stigma and discrimination. I think I was one of the fewest people who have been lucky to be accepted by my family. My parents did not throw me out of my home. They gave me a good education. In spite of me having a troublesome childhood, a troublesome school life, a troublesome college life because of my identity, I think the love and affection my parents gave me, that was the reason that today I am sitting here and talking with confidence.
We're doing this interview on an educational channel. What do you think is the role that education, the institution of education in our country particularly, can do to alleviate the problem of the marginalized communities, like that of the transgenders?
I feel it's a very important question because the stigma and discrimination that prevails largely in our society is due to the ignorance and also to the lack of knowledge that is widespread about the ideas, about the issues of gender and sexuality. Do we really understand gender? Do we really know the gender identities, the diversity that exists within gender? Are we aware of the sexuality, the sexual orientation issues? Are we being narrow-minded? Are we being denied that knowledge which should definitely be given to us? Academically speaking, we definitely need education on gender and sexuality in schools and in colleges. In the past many decades, this knowledge had been denied in our academic system. If only we would have taught our children in the past so many decades, if we had given that knowledge on gender identities, gender diversity, sexual orientation, about the anatomy of women and transgender people, in a proper way that would reach our teenagers and adult people, I think largely the issues, especially pertaining to transgender community, would have been solved. I think today the transgender community remains a mystery to the society. It remains a mystery to the young people, to the teenagers, to the school children. And there is a widespread phobia, we call it transphobia, among the students, among the college-going students, among so many adults. That lack of understanding definitely comes from denial of that knowledge in schools and colleges. So, our education system should and must definitely include education, the curriculum on gender identities, gender diversity and sexuality. I think it is time we include, it is time we do not deny that knowledge to our Indian children, Indian young people.
In a world where transgenders are largely made invisible, you have definitely come out mainly through your writings. How important has been writing to you, particularly on social media?
I think social media has given me a complete freedom, an unquestionable liberty to express myself and the issues of the transgender community at large. I think social media has given that platform for everyone who is oppressed, has given a platform for the voiceless to express our life, our voices. In that way, I think I had that opportunity to put forth my thoughts as writings, as visuals, video films, as art, as poetry. I have been an avid blogger since 2005, and I also write in Tamil. So I wrote in English as well as in Tamil since 2005, and I had been discussing issues about transgender community through my writings in the social media, and it has definitely reached large number of people. I would say lakhs of people. It has reached lakhs of people, and it was also one of the reasons that change was possible in my life. And of course, to a certain extent, it is also one of the reasons that I expressed the community's issues, that change was possible. positive change was possible.
You've also made your mark now as a filmmaker, as an actor and as a maker of films. Could you tell us something about your experiences in the visual media?
I think I was always interested in visual media and also in writing right from my childhood. I took up journalism and mass communication as my master's degree, and once I completed my master's, I had started a small time magazine in Tamil called Sahodari. That was one of the first vernacular magazines for the transgender community in India. But it was a very small time magazine with only 200 copies, which was circulated in Coimbatore district. It had a huge impact on the local community. It had a huge impact on the local transgender community. And then after that, I actually had won a scholarship and I became a citizen journalist. And I started producing, with a very small handycam, I started producing small video documentations and uploaded it on YouTube. And I also encouraged my friends to join me and trained them in making small video documentary films. The mainstream media had not discussed, had not brought out our stories. Rather, they were not aware of our life and they were not interested. But since we had that liberation and that facility of social media, of the tools that were accessible by us for cheap cost, we could make these short films and put it on YouTube, our stories. That is how I think visual media was accessible to us, and we had that platform to express ourselves through social media. The great thing about social media is that our voices are there 24 hours and anybody from any part of the world could access it for research, for information and for every purpose. So that was a boon, I would say. And definitely they say one picture speaks 1,000 words, and each and every frame in our short film, our video documentation expressed thousands and thousands of words from us.
You have also made an entry in politics. Could you tell us something about the change that you want to see in the political setup in our country?
I also wanted to say, to add to that visual media thing, I wanted to say that in 2011, I acted in a major feature film called Nartaki, in which I played a lead role of a transgendered person, a trans woman. It is a very beautiful Tamil film, and as we all know, the feature film industry, cinema, is a great change maker and reaches millions of people. And so my film was about the struggle of transgenders, and it also had a great impact in Tamil Nadu. And when we talk about the political scenario, for any oppressed community, political participation is very important, because that gives us the authority that makes us, actually makes us the deciding authority. Political participation for transgender people is a must, and there are many beautiful examples. There were examples and there are examples. There was Shabnam Mausi, and now there is Rai Kinnar from Chhattisgarh, who is the mayor. And there are so many other leaders who from the transgender community who are becoming politically important. I think transgender people can do as good as anybody else in politics, and it is necessary for us to be present in parliament and also to be present in the state assemblies. So right from being a councillor to being a minister, member of parliament, member of legislative assembly, transgender participation should be there at all levels.
I think one major reason for your success so far has been the spirit of togetherness that you have fostered among people of this community. Could you tell us something about Sahodari, the organization that's doing such wonderful work?
Sahodari actually is as I said previously, we had the magazine's name as Sahodari, and later when we wanted to start a small organization, we had named it as Sahodari Foundation. Sahodari Foundation is a very informal gathering of like-minded transgender people. We don't function particularly like an organization. We don't function. We are a group of friends who try to make a change for our community and for people like us. We vouch for self-respect and we want equal status at all levels. Sahodari's one of the main activities has been to give counseling and guidance for young gender queer people, for young people who otherwise are not conforming to gender normity, and we are guiding them to help them away from depression, self-denial and suicide. That is one part of our work. Otherwise, we actually try to help them to get good jobs, try to accommodate them shortly in our homes, and try to give them the best education possible through scholarships and guidance. Apart from that, we were involved largely in the legal rights campaign, and of course we are working now with a large number of students. I personally, in the last 10 years, I must have met more than 5 lakh students, and personally I'm very happy to say that the young people of today are much more open-minded than what I had seen as a child 10 years ago. So there's a huge change happening.
The institution of culture, I would say, plays a major role in shaping our attitudes towards any community, whether it be the mainstream one or the marginalized one. What has been your experience about Indian culture in the context of the transgenders?
I think I have a mixed feeling about this. On the one side, we celebrate our gods and goddesses, and it is such a diverse and very interesting to see, especially in the Hindu epics like Ramayana and Mahabharata and other scriptures, and also in folk tales, how our gods become goddesses, our goddesses becoming gods, and children being born to women who has never seen a man, and so many other stories. Very interesting, wonderful, very beautiful stories and characters as well. For example, if we talk about Mahabharata, there is Arjuna becoming Brihanalla, a transgender, and Amba becoming Shikandi, Amba a woman becoming Shikandi a man, and such beautiful stories are there in Mahabharata. And again, in our Hindu religious stories, we see Krishna becoming Mohini for bringing dharma and for bringing justice. At many instances and many different incidences, Krishna becomes a Mohini to save Devas, and also even wants to save Shiva. And we have beautiful stories of Shiva being attracted to Mohini and Lord Ayyappa being born. We celebrate all of these stories. But when it comes to practical life that is in contemporary India, why are we being hypocritic? On the one side, we worship and we embrace worship, and we really respect and pray those goddesses and gods and images, and we really feel it emotionally, get connected to it emotionally too. But on the other side, when you see a transgender person, a man becoming a woman, or a woman becoming a man? Why are we being hypocrite? What is the reason of it? So, on the one side we are celebrating our culture, but on the other side, aren't we denying our own culture? That's my confusing status on what is going on with our own hypocrisy, I would say. On the other side, within the transgender community, there is a separate group called Hijra community, a very strong and large group, Hijra community. It is a tradition that has been there for over 1,000 years. The Hijra community functions like an artificial family, a guru, chela, and it's completely matriarchal society. So people born from different parents, different cultures, languages, who identify themselves as transgenders may join this, may be willing to join the Hijra tradition. So they become a chela of a guru. So they become a family. This culture, the Hijra culture, is a very unique culture that exists only in a few countries like Pakistan, India, and a few more countries. It is a very unique to our culture, and that is very. It's a pride also that it accommodates those people who have been abandoned, and those abandoned people form a family of themselves and protect each other and nurture each other. That is the speciality that is very special about India.
Well, we've been so far talking about India, but I'm sure you've traveled abroad. What, according to you, is the global scenario regarding the LGBT movement?
In 2010, I had an invitation from the United States of America under the International Visitors Leadership Program. I was invited to Washington, D.C., New York City, and also to Salt Lake City in Utah. I visited many federal offices in Washington, D.C., and I was fortunate to also visit Amnesty International, organizations like Human Rights Watch, and in New York, I went to New York Commission of Human Rights, and in Utah, Salt Lake City, I went to the Disability Center and lots of other meetings. I found that largely there is a movement in the US that is trying to change the situation of the minorities in that country. And the government also functions in such a way that it tries to address the issues of the minorities. In the US, mainly the racial minorities are an issue, definitely, and their rights have to be acknowledged. That is a major issue in the US. But in India, being a diverse country, there are several issues. I found that the way the US government, the NGOs, and the organizations, international organizations, the way they work has been very effective, and I had the chance to grasp those method of working and ideas, and I have been using some of the things that I learned from there in India, and I also shared many of our own method of working and our own ideas to the US NGOs and different individual activists. So it was a sharing and learning experience for me in the US. And besides that, I have been invited to many international seminars and have represented the transgender and the LGBT community of India in international forums.
And Facebook has recently recognized you as one of the most influential women of the world.
Yes. I think on March 8th this year, it was a pleasant surprise for me to know that Facebook has chosen me as one of the 12 inspiring women who use Facebook for community development. And it was a great acknowledgement of not only for me but for all our transgender rights activists working relentlessly in our country to make a change for an equal status for transgender people. That really gives me a very good boost to do a lot more work, and it gives me immense energy to carry my work with more vigor and vitality.
And what role can television play in transforming our attitude towards the marginalized?
In being honest and in bringing out the truth and only the truth. And we don't need to project images which are false, especially a lot of images that about the transgender hijra communities in the cinema, especially for the past so many decades, have definitely damaged our self-respect, have definitely damaged our space in the society. I think television has a big responsibility to disclose the truth and create an awareness largely, and acknowledge that transgender people are also humans and they also need their space and their equal status.
What is the one message that you would like to leave our readers, our viewers with?
Being a male or a female or a transgender person or whatever you are it will not be a block. Our gender status cannot be a block for our personal development. I think we need to accept ourselves as we are, and we need to shine. We need to be the change makers. The gender identities, our different roles as father, mother, brother, sister, husband, wife, lover, or whatever it is. It's all assigned at birth and sometimes assigned through social normatives. But as a human being, we are all the same. We are all the same as a human being, and we all need love, acceptance. We all need respect. And we transgender people need that too. Otherwise, you and we are same, and we are just being ourselves, and we respect ourselves.
Hello, welcome to this module on aesthetics. In this module, we will be learning about a great thinker and philosopher, Plato. We will begin by looking at a fresco at the Apostolic Palace in Vatican. This painting, The School of Athens, is a masterpiece by the Italian Renaissance artist Raphael. It was painted between 1510 and 1511. Why I am showing this picture to you now? It is because Raphael has portrayed most of the important Greek philosophers within this picture. We can find Plato and his disciple Aristotle standing at the center of the painting. They can be identified easily by the title painted on the books they are holding. Plato holds Timaeus and Aristotle the Nicomachean Ethics. The statues of Apollo and Minerva are found on either side of the fresco on painted niches. Apollo was the patron god of poetry and fine arts, and Minerva that of reason. Socrates is shown along with the Emperor Alexander. They can be seen standing on the right side of the picture. Though Raphael has painted Socrates near Alexander, it was Plato who was a direct disciple of Socrates. He in turn tutored Aristotle and Aristotle tutored Alexander. Plato is also credited with the establishment of the first known university, the Academy, circa 387 BC in Athens. Plato developed a dialectical method, the pursuit of truth through questions, answers, and additional questions. The dialectical process is a dialogue between two or more people holding different points of view about a subject. They try to arrive at the truth of the matter using reasoned arguments. This dialectical method was developed before Plato by Socrates, and Plato enhanced it. To credit Socrates, Plato has used Socrates as a character in his books. Plato's major books like Symposium, Republic, Phaedrus, and Ion are written in the form of dialogue. For an artist, the study of arguments put forward in Republic and Ion are significant. In these dialogues, Plato made Socrates, one of the characters, emphasize the idea that artists should not be allowed to live and work inside an ideal republic. But the common perception that Plato considered artists as inferior beings is not totally true. He wanted to banish artists and poets from an ideal republic because he considered artists to be divinely possessed. They do not know exactly what they are doing. They are overwhelmed by the powers of poetry and creativity, so they are devoid of the power of reason. They won't make good models for the young people of society and may corrupt the youngsters by being bad role models. Plato asked other philosophers to suggest how an artist can play a positive moral role in the society. Ironically, it was his student Aristotle who suggested it. We will learn more about this when we elaborate on Aristotle. Plato wanted sculptures or paintings that depicted things in their worst moments rather than in their ideal forms, and music that would predispose people to lower emotions such as anger and lust should be banished. Plato writes, "If poets are not able to clearly justify inspiration, not knowing how or what they create, they are to be suspect because poetry evokes powerful emotions." Theory of mimesis is central to the philosophy of Plato. It is in Cratylus that he elaborates upon the concept of mimesis, which in Greek may mean imitation, representation, and dramatic enactment. Plato also holds the view that art is representative and thus mimetic. According to him, art tries to imitate and copy from life. This idea about art in particular may have originated in him from seeing the naturalistic images created by the artists of his time. There is an old Greek tale from Plato's time which narrates the incident of a bird pecking at a painted fruit, thinking it to be real. Plato wrote in Republic, "Painting and the whole art of imitation is busy about a work which is far removed from the truth, and is its mistress and friend for no wholesome or true purpose. It is the worthless mistress of a worthless friend, and the parent of a worthless progeny." In the Phaedrus, Plato states through his character Socrates that some of life's greatest blessings flow from madness, and he clarifies this later by noting that he is referring specifically to madness inspired by the gods. Plato considered our world to be only a representation. The form of anything in this world has the idea of it existing somewhere else, perhaps in another world. So we can visualize a Platonic realm where pure ideas exist. The world of representation in which we live is a secondary manifestation of these ideas. For instance, an apple has its idea existing before its appearance. This is a difficult concept. So let us take the example of a man-made object, a chair. Before a chair is made by a carpenter, he must have had a solid idea of it. This idea is not created by a carpenter. The idea of the chair existed for all. The carpenter was only just copying the idea into material. Thus, when an artist draws or paints the chair, he is making a copy from another copy. Thus, an artist's work stays twice removed from the real. Plato uses the Greek word eidos, and it is often translated as idea or essence. Plato argued that artists should try to make their images closer to the ideal form than its imperfect physical manifestation in real world. Classical Greek and Roman sculptures are examples of practical application of this concept. Artists who made these sculptures took beautifully proportioned parts from various figures and assembled them in their artwork to get closer to an ideally proportioned human form. They were trying to transcend the archetypal form of the idea of humanness. The perfect geometrical structure on which classical and Renaissance paintings were composed was also thought to be closer to the idea of the beautiful and good. So, according to Plato, art should imitate the ideal realm in order to serve as a tool to connect the physical world to the ideal plane and remind the soul of its true nature through symmetry and proportion. Poetry and drama should demonstrate moral virtues and goodness superior to that found in the physical world, which is corrupted by lower passions. In ancient Greek culture, not much differentiation was given between art and craft. Artists were treated like skilled craftsmen. The Greek word for art and craft was techne. But Plato seems to have understood the difference between pure art and craft. He states, to have mastered the tools of an art is not to have mastered the art itself, but only its preliminaries. To practice the art, one must have a grasp of the truth and a detailed understanding of the soul in order to properly persuade. One must also have an idea of what is good or bad for the soul. He also differentiates between beauty in the arts and moral goodness. A beautiful work of art need not be good because of the passions expressed through it may set a bad impact on social life. This world itself is compared by Plato to a cave. The inhabitants of the cave only see shadows on the walls of the cave. Sunlight comes through a small opening because the inhabitants do not have the experience of outside world. They think that shadows are real and the only truth is that of the shadows. They are unaware of the real nature of the outside world. The Platonic world of pure forms is analogous to Plato's cave. Plato tried to find a method to transcend the purity of pure forms to our world. He studied mathematics, especially geometry, to be able to represent the pure form. Let us look into some of the purest possible geometrical forms suggested by Plato. The triangle was thought by Plato to be the building block of the universe. He thought that the universe is created following a geometric progression. He proposes this thesis in one of his books, the Timaeus. In this book, Plato describes how triangles make up 5 pure solids, now known as Platonic solids. Plato believed these solids make up the 4 elements and heaven. A polygon is next in complexity to triangle. The polygons are called faces. The intersection of faces create edges. The points where 3 or more edges intersect are called vertices. Contemporary visual artists and designers are familiar with these terms through their application in modern computer graphics. Then comes the polyhedron. It is a solid bounded by plane polygons. A regular polyhedron is one whose faces are identical regular polygons, that is, they have every face identical. It is possible to construct only 5 regular solids following these rules of perfection. They are a cube, tetrahedron, octahedron, icosahedron and dodecahedron. These are known as Platonic solids. We will look at some illustrations of these by Leonardo da Vinci for the 16th century book The Divine Proportion by Renaissance mathematician Luca Pacioli. Another artwork of significance in our present context is a block of fat on a chair by Joseph Beuys, a German postmodern artist. Joseph Beuys placed a big piece of fat on a chair, which melts as time passes by. To understand why he has placed a piece of fat, we first have to analyze his personal life history. He was a pilot in the German armed force. His plane crashed on an island where only aboriginals lived. Severely wounded by the crash of the bomber plane, he was tenderly cared by the primitives. They covered him with animal fat, which protected him from death and rejuvenated him. This incident posed questions on progress of civilization in his mind, and he became more aware of nature and environment. His later works all refer to the destruction human species impose upon nature. The fat placed on the chair becomes more than the remembrance of a personal incident. It is a statement on the existence of human and his will to power in time. The transient obese body sits on the chair, which is a symbol of power. To Beuys, fat is a material, and material should be considered before any question of form was considered. Also, fat as a form is a composite with no internal structure. It is also to be remembered that Plato thinks the highest form to be that of goodness. It is the first cause of being and knowledge. Sense perception can never give us true knowledge. True knowledge can be obtained only by the soul's activity within itself by the exercise of reason. The process of dialectic reasoning will make known to us the knowledge of the ideas and the highest idea of the good. Joseph Beuys takes the personal experience of encounter with the aboriginals to counter the Platonian idea of dialectic reason and make it go closer towards goodness within pure nature, which is beyond dry logical reasoning. Let us also see a cherry tale from another realm of art, a film by Norman McLaren. The Canadian filmmaker and artist has created the film Cherry Tales through the method of pixelation. Pixelation is a method of animation where a static object is manually moved between frames and then shooted frame by frame. The narrative tells the story of a chair that is tired of allowing its owner to sit upon it. It stops allowing the master to sit upon it and declare its defiance. It realizes that it has an existence of its own. It is not there to serve the master. It asserts its existence by making its master act as a chair, that is its own image, and sits upon him. Then it allows itself to be used as a chair again. I will show you some more works before we conclude this session. I will only introduce and explain, and will leave the interpretation of the works up to you. You will have to try and understand the works in relation not only to the philosophy of Plato, but also to the context of contemporary art practice. Bicycle Wheel by Marcel Duchamp is among the first sculptures which used found objects. Marcel Duchamp was a champion of Dadaism. Duchamp says about this work as follows: in 1913, I had the happy idea to fasten a bicycle wheel to a kitchen stool and watch it turn. When I put a bicycle wheel on a stool, the fork down, there was no idea of a ready-made or anything else. It was just a distraction. I didn't have any special reason to do it, or any intention of showing it, or describing anything. No, nothing like that. Ponder upon this statement by giving special importance to the word idea and reason and ready-made in context of Plato's theory. This is Pilgrim by Robert Rauschenberg in 1960s. This work is The Wrapped Chair by Christo, done in 1961. Shirt with Objects on a Chair by Klaus Oldenburg was created in 1962. This is Another Chair by Alan Jones in 1969. This is the work Shit on Your Hat, Head on a Chair by Bruce Newman, 1990. This is a video installation. We are seeing another work titled Formulation by Tony Craig in 2000. Now it is time we conclude this module. Till our next class, bye. Thank you.
Hello and welcome to the session on classroom communication and interaction. The term communication is used frequently in modern times. Communication can mean a process of interaction, a discipline of study, or even an electronic media system. Here in this chapter we are talking about communication as a process. Communication is the exchange and flow of ideas or meaningful messages from one person to another. Communication is the essence of human interaction and learning. As human beings, we use communication to socially connect, share information, relate to others, greet each other, seek attention, share feelings, express an opinion, agree or disagree on any matter, tease, bargain, negotiate, argue, instruct, provide feedback, discuss interests, express interest or disinterest, etc. Communication is usually undertaken for a purpose. Communication is mainly achieved by two means of resources, language and non-verbal means of expression. Non-verbal resources play just as important a part as language does. One of the important communications is the one that takes place in a classroom. Classroom communication is not a one-sided presentation of facts. It is a two-way process between the participants in the learning process or it is an intercommunication between students and teachers. Here, the teacher influences the learner and vice versa. To a considerable extent, communication in classroom takes place through use of language. Communication in classroom involves a sorting, selecting and sending of symbols in such a way as to help a listener find his or her own mind, meaning or response similar to that intended by the communicator. Thus, classrooms are set up for the purpose communicating and not dictating teachers' ideas. An effective classroom communication should have a pleasant atmosphere in the classroom with friendly relationships among the participants of the learning process. Participants in classroom interaction. There are different ways in which communication takes place in a classroom. It may be between teacher, learners, teacher and a learner or a group of learners, learner and learner, learners and learners. Teacher, learners. This form of interaction is established when a teacher talks to the whole class at the same time. Here, the teacher takes the control of the leader and decides about the type and process of the activity. Teacher, learner or a group of learners. This happens when the teacher refers to the whole class but expects only one student or group of students to answer. This form of communication is usually used for evaluating the students. Learner, learner. This form of communication is called paired work. This type of communication happens when students get work which they have to finish in pairs. The teacher's role here is just that of an advisor or consultant and helps the students only when necessary. Learners, learners. This communication process is called group work. Here, the teacher's role is that of a consultant and individual groups report on their work as a follow-up activity. The last two methods are useful for encouraging interaction among students. Teacher's role in classroom communication. The importance of student-teacher interaction should not be underestimated. Teacher-student communication plays an important role in the success of classroom interaction. One thing that makes the classroom different from any other social situation is that it has a primary pedagogic purpose. The act of teaching is a kind of reciprocal contact established between the teacher and the people. This reciprocal contact can be perceived as a series of events which occur one after another. Teaching behavior is an act of the teacher which occurs in the context of classroom interaction. Teachers behave and teach in different styles and therefore there are different types of classroom interaction. The teacher's behavior in the classroom tends to create an atmosphere which we describe as classroom climate. In a classroom, a lot of verbalism takes place in the name of teaching. Teachers spend a lot of time talking, lecturing, asking questions and giving instructions and so on. Teachers use talking in classrooms as their main communication device. It is through a teacher's response to communication and interaction that meaning can be created and then shared by all participants. Teachers are the source of reward, punishment, blame and recognition, and they impart a strong sense of value to the student. The use of criticism or praise, the regulation of behavior among students, and simple act of recognition or ignoring a student will indicate a value that the instructor is imparting to the pupil. Unlike a traditional classroom, the role of teachers has changed depending upon the roles in different classroom situations. Classroom events have become so complex that just talking with the students has become confusing. Developing communication skills of the students should be the basic concern of the school, and hence the teachers must provide ways and means of developing and improving the different communication skills among the students. The teachers should understand the constant influence of several communication media outside the classroom upon the students. They must capitalize on the students' conditioning to these media and must relate them to the school activities. Effective classroom management is essential to effective learning. Classroom management is the arrangements made by the teacher to establish and maintain an environment in which learning can occur. Although verbal communication in classrooms is dynamic and depends on context and circumstances, there are certain techniques that teachers can master to help make communication with the students successful. There are no hard and fast rules in dealing with classroom. It depends on the context and how well the teacher knows the class. Some students will need to hear instructions more than once for their proper understanding. They get frustrated simply because they did not understand what is being communicated to them. So, it is always good to ask students if they are able to understand what is taught and ask for a feedback on the lecture made. There are possibilities that the teacher will have to repeat the lessons in different ways using different languages. Explaining provides information about what, why and how. It describes new terms or concepts or clarifies their meaning. A good explanation is clear and well structured. It takes into account a people's previous knowledge and understanding and uses language that people can understand. Use of metaphors and examples can also help an explanation. Explaining a lot to the pupils may be the main form of activity in some classes. People learn better if they are actively involved and therefore gain and maintain their attention. Teachers always feel that their communication in the class is always clear and fostering an effective learning environment. Most teachers make the mistake of overestimating how much information students can take in and retain. Breaking down the information can be helpful to the students. Getting the right tone appropriate for the classroom is important for successful communication. Most students have very less attention span. So, the teachers must make sure that they do not stretch their talk too long. Speed variations give contrast to delivery. Teachers should pause to good effect. It shows confidence if the teacher can hold a silence before making a point or answering a query. Classroom communication also involves the way in which each and every child in the class is treated. Teaching involves communication with pupils from a variety of backgrounds and different needs. A prime concern of classroom communication has been the consideration of whether students are treated differently by instructors on the basis of some identifiable characteristics. Such behavior will impact negatively on the ability of the students' performance and development of negative identities. The teachers must realize that many communities differ from the ways of talking expected in the school and must be ready to make allowances for such differences. When this difference is noticed, the teacher should try to maximize the students' knowledge and uses of language in the classroom. Promoting respect is one of the core principles of education. As teachers, they should try to take responsibility for modeling respect. Moreover, teachers should observe classroom interaction more consciously. To eliminate the drawbacks of direct teaching, we can adapt the interaction method which is otherwise known as indirect teaching. The use of questioning in a lesson should be considered in relation to other techniques rather than in isolation. Teachers should ask additional questions to bring the student to the right answer. Equally, the teacher should have patience to wait for the pupil's answer and praise good answers. A teacher can help students to express themselves with body language also. He should be able to stimulate students' interaction by choosing appropriate topics. For effective communication in a classroom, being able to listen is important. The teacher should learn to recognize and be sensitive to whether or not a message has been received properly by a pupil. Much teacher-student communication is non-verbal. Non-verbal communication can have considerable impact without any verbal communication. Non-verbal communication supports or detracts from the verbal communication depending on whether or not verbal and non-verbal signals match each other. Non-verbally, confidence is expressed by posture, movement, eye contact, etc. as an appropriate accompaniment to verbal language. A caring approach is important in developing an effective relationship with the students. Last but finally, a teacher should take on a variety of roles, not always performing the role of an instructor but also that of a consultant or a co-communicator. Barriers to effective communication in classroom. Communication is the process through which you convey your message clearly to the person you are communicating with. Communication plays a major role in developing good relationship between the teacher and the student in a classroom. If your message is not clearly understood, you should understand that you are facing a barrier to communication. The process of selecting and organizing symbols to represent a message requires skill and knowledge. There are a number of factors in the classroom that can act as a barrier to effective communication. More specifically, communication influences the effectiveness of instruction, performance evaluation, and the handling of discipline problems. Teachers face extra problems in communicating as they have to be sure of their message reaching all the students in the classroom regardless of the kind of interference present in the classroom. These barriers can be overcome by means of different audio-visual aids. Barriers of communication arise not only from diversity of purpose but also due to unclear encoding and selection of wrong medium. Communication barriers in the classroom can be commonly classified into physiological barriers, psychological barriers, physical barriers, social barriers, cultural barriers, semantic barriers, linguistic barriers, barriers related to messages, etc. Learning to recognize and overcome these problems is essential to effective communication in the classroom. Physiological barriers. These barriers are those related to limitations of human body, namely ill health, poor eyesight, hearing difficulties, poor retention, etc., and human mind, namely memory, attention, perception, etc. If a student has hearing disorder, the teacher should provide hard copies of everything that is talked about in the class. Messages that cause a conflict in perception for the receiver may result in incomplete communication. Psychological barrier. A person's state of mind, emotions, misperceptions, etc. can jeopardize the process of communication. A person's worries and stress can also affect his communication with others. Unorganized and haphazard thoughts are instrumental in poor communication and a very important barrier to effective communication. Physical barriers. Physical things that gets in the way of communication come under physical barriers. Distractions such as background noise, poor lighting, uncomfortable sitting, unhygienic room, or an environment that is too hot or cold can affect both the student and the teacher. Social barriers. Social factors like age, gender, socio-economic status can act as barriers in communication in classrooms. Cultural barriers. Culture shapes the way we think, act and behave. Cultural differences lead to difference in interests, knowledge, values and tradition. Cultural barriers arise when individuals in one social group have developed different norms, values and behaviors to individuals associated with another group. Semantic barriers. Semantic barriers include the different slang and jargons used by the students. There are different languages across different regions which act as a national barrier to communication. If the teacher uses some jargons in the class that the students are not able to understand, it might cause semantic barrier. Linguistic barriers. Individual linguistic ability may sometimes become a barrier in the classroom. Use of difficult and inappropriate words in communication process can prevent students from understanding what is taught. Poorly explained and answered questions and answers can also lead to confusion. Barriers related to the message. Effective communication in a classroom happens with clear messages. Unclear messages in terms of meaning and grammar may act as barriers in the class. Messages that are passed through inappropriate channels can also have the same effect. If the sender chooses an inappropriate channel of communication, communication may cease. For this, the sender, be it the student or the teacher, needs to be sensitive to such things as complexity of the message, consequences of misunderstandings, etc. Lack of feedback. Feedback mirrors what the sender has sent. Without feedback, communication becomes incomplete. Both the teacher and student can play an active role in using feedback to make communication a success. Students' role in classroom communication. Initially, talking about classroom communication, it is felt that teachers play a dominant role in controlling the patterns of communication in the classroom and shaping up classroom relationship. Teachers have control over various things like selection of topics to be taught, and they have the opportunity to control their talk as well as that of the students. Learning, however, requires an active step on the part of the students also, and is best measured by what these students are able to do with the material. Successful interaction is the basis of positive human relationships among people. Similarly, to everyday life interaction, students have to be trained to be effective communicators. They can train themselves to be good communicators. A student's perception of the patterns of classroom communication is based on how they perceive and respond to what their teachers say and do and their frames of reference. Face-to-face classroom environments encourage and foster social interactions and group processes that are often difficult to establish. Students thus have to take interest in taking part in such interactions. Communication and interaction in a classroom helps every student to be sharp and fast in thinking and helps them learn to be confident with their presentations. In addition to teachers helping students when interacting, the students can also apply a number of strategies to overcome communication difficulties. Talking to the teachers will help the students broaden their mind about a particular subject taught by each teacher. The students should not feel shy or embarrassed to ask questions. It is easier for students to answer questions than to initiate a conversation. Miscommunication can occur when students phrase their questions poorly or in an ambiguous manner. Students should observe the teachers well. Students can obtain a lot of information from teachers, gestures and mime. Interaction analysis. Interaction analysis is a process of encoding and decoding the pattern of teaching and learning. It's the study of classroom climate and teaching behavior of the teacher. In the coding process, a code symbol is assigned to each category of behavior and a trained observer records by jotting down the code symbols. In the decoding step, a trained analyst interprets the display of coded data. Interaction analysis can be used for pre-service and in-service education in order to help teachers improve the quality of their classroom interaction. Flanders Interaction Analysis Category System or FIACS. Flanders described interaction analysis as the process of simply observing, recording and counting events that occur in a situation involving interaction. Flanders developed a summary description of the integrative teacher and dominative teacher. An integrative teacher has been described as one who accepts, clarifies and supports the ideas of the students. He praises, encourages and stimulates students' participation in class. A dominative teacher gives emphasis to direct talk, which indicates minimum opportunities for the students to express themselves. The indirect influence associated with the earlier concept of integrative contacts is defined by Flanders by the following four categories of teacher behavior: accepts feelings of people, praises or encourages participation, accepts or uses ideas of peoples and asks questions to peoples, direct influence associated with the concept of dominative contacts is defined by 3 categories of teacher behavior: lecturing, giving directions, and criticizing opinions and justifying authority. These 7 categories mentioned above deal with teachers' behavior. Flanders classifies people talk under 2 categories: people talk in response to stimuli posed by the teacher, and people talk initiated by the pupil. Still another category was developed to cover periods during which no one speaks or there is confusion, that is silence or confusion. With the 10 category system described above, it is possible to estimate the percentage of time of teacher talk, people talk, and silence or confusion exist in a classroom. An inference can be drawn from this estimate regarding the balance between initiative and response. With the 7 categories of teacher talk and only 2 of the people's talk, more information is gathered about the teacher's style of performance. The Flanders technique is a boon for scientifically and objectively observing the nature of student-teacher interaction during verbal communication. The important advantages of the analysis are that any person can make accurate inferences about the verbal communication and get a mental picture of the classroom interaction. Comparison can be easily made using this analysis, which would serve as a vital feedback to the teacher about his intentions and actual behavior in the classroom. This serves as an effective diagnostic tool to identify and remediate limitations and drawbacks concerning the social and emotional climate in the classroom. Conclusion: communication is characterized by continuous evolution and change. Contemporary theories regard communication not only as an interactive process of exchanging meaningful words, but as transaction between participants during which a relationship develops between them. Typically, human communication is a complex thing and effective communication is challenging. People communicate to establish relationships with others, to express feelings, express opinions, to share experiences, to work together effectively, to be entertained, and to persuade others to think as they do. Communication is thus not so much an act or even a process, but rather social and cultural togetherness. Defining communication as a process brings us closer to an understanding of its complexity. When communication is effective, both the teacher and the student benefit. Communication makes learning in a class easier and helps students achieve what they want in their later life. Good communication in classroom helps strengthen a teacher-student relationship and student-student relationship. A degree of communication is required in every profession, and communication skills are necessary at even the most preliminary stage of career growth. In general, people want to be heard. If a teacher shows interest in a student's opinion, that student will feel that their thoughts or ideas are appreciated. Teachers who reward student communication and class participation will notice an improvement in overall class performance. Now you can try to answer the following questions. What are the barriers that affect communication in a classroom? Which are the different ways of communication in a classroom? Which are the ways in which a student can improve his communication with his teacher? What is the difference between semantic barrier and language barrier in communication process? What is FIACS? What are its advantages? Now you may go through the reference books for further reading. Talking, Listening and Teaching, a guide to classroom communication, written by Thomas ACF and published by Covin, United States in the year 2009. Learning to Teach in the Secondary School, a companion to school experience, written by Chappell S., Leask M. and Turner T. and published by Taylor and Francis in the year 2005. Classroom Communication and Instructional Process, written by Barbara M. G., Raymond W. P., Burrell N. and Allen M., published by Lawrence Elbaum Associates Inc., Publishers, New Jersey, in the year 2006. Thank you for watching this program. Have a nice day.
Welcome to the study of the dynamics of motion. Forces and motion, no doubt, have a kind of cause and effect relationship. But what is a force? What is motion? And how to measure these forces? Answers to these questions are available in the 3 laws of motion advanced by Sir Isaac Newton. Besides defining and describing the properties of forces, these laws provide ways of measuring them. These topics are covered in 2 episodes. In this episode, you will learn about the concept of force, its various forms, and the first law of motion. Here is the first episode.
Forces are in action everywhere. It is force that makes objects move from one place to another. It is force that makes a ball fly. A change in its motion is also brought out by this force. It is the force of expanding hot gases that makes vehicles come alive. The chemical changes in muscles make them contract, producing a force required to lift or push objects. Thus, force is a kind of a push or a pull that begins or changes motion.
There are various kinds of forces in nature. These are gravitational force, electric force, strong force, and weak force. Let us briefly examine the nature of these forces. The most fundamental force of nature is a gravitational force present in all heavenly bodies like the earth. It is this force that makes all objects to fall towards the earth.
In fact, as the story goes, it was the fall of an apple that made Sir Isaac Newton formulate the law of universal gravitation in 1685. The law states that every object in the universe attracts every other object with a force which is directly proportional to the product of their masses and inversely proportional to the square of the distance between their centers. The law is expressed as Fg equals Gm1 m2 by r square. Here, Fg is the gravitational force. m1 and m2 are the masses of the objects 1 and 2. r is the distance between them. It is because of gravitational force that objects, when let free, fall downwards. Planets go around the sun, stars are born, and galaxies are formed by the clustering of stars. In fact, it is gravitational attraction that gives all objects their weight.
The second force of nature is electric force that exists between the positive and negative electric charges. It is this force that is responsible for the working of many devices such as electric fans and motors. These positive and negative charges are present in all elements. The protons present in the nucleus are positively charged, and the electrons that revolve around the nucleus are negatively charged. Any imbalance in the charges produces an electric force. This phenomenon can be observed in a simple experiment of electrostatic effect.
In this glass rod and silk cloth, the electrons and protons are in a balanced state. As a result, when brought closer, there is neither attraction nor repulsion between the glass rod and the silk yarn. But when rubbed together, the silk, due to the action of friction, collects free electrons from the rod and becomes positively charged. Having become positively charged, the glass rod readily attracts the negatively charged silk yarn.
Therefore, All electric forces are attractive between opposite charges and repulsive between like charges. A manifestation of electric forces is a magnetic force which exhibits the properties of attraction or repulsion.
For instance, this conductor connected to an electric source has an electric force having the properties of a magnetic field. It is this electric force present in the conductor that deflects the magnetic needle of the compass. A similar deflection can be noticed when a magnet is brought closer to the compass. This indicates that magnetic force is similar to the electric force.
The gravitational forces and the electromagnetic forces are macroscopic phenomena which can be observed without difficulty. But the other two fundamental forces, namely the strong force and the weak force, operate at the subatomic level.
The strong force and the weak force are known to be present in atoms. It is the strong force that binds together the protons and neutrons present in the nucleus. The weak force, on the other hand, is responsible for the beta decay process, in which a neutron decays to a proton, an electron, and an anti-neutrino.
Having examined the four manifestations of forces, let us now learn about the three specifications of forces. These are the magnitude, the point of application, and the direction. A study of these specifications is essential for a fuller understanding of the nature and operation of forces. All the three specifications are present in this setup, consisting of a sphere of weight W attached to one end of the string. The other end is fixed at a point so as to make it hang freely. Let us examine the three specifications of forces in this setup. The sphere is joined to the string at point B. The other end of the string is fixed at point A. The sphere pulls on the string with a force equal to its weight. The magnitude of the force here is the weight of the sphere, which is 134 grams. The point of application of force acting upon a body is that point at which the force is assumed to be concentrated. In this example, the point of application of force is located at B, where the sphere and the string are joined together. It must, however, be remembered that force is not concentrated on a point, but is distributed throughout the mass of a given object. But for the sake of convenience, it is assumed to be concentrated at a single point. The direction of force is a direction along a straight line through the point of application in which force tends to move a body. In our setup, the gravity force, that is the weight of sphere, acts vertically downwards. Thus, the direction of force is in the line of string represented by AB. Force is a vector quantity, for it possesses both magnitude and direction. In our example, the straight line segment BC represents the vector. This segment has the magnitude of the force represented by W and the direction of the force indicated by an arrow on the line segment BC. This implies that certain amount of force is acting from B towards C.
Objects are set into motion whenever a sufficient force is applied to them. The path of motion could be either rectilinear or curvilinear. In rectilinear motion, the objects move in uniform motion in the same direction. In curvilinear motion, on the other hand, objects move in a circular path. Our understanding of motion is not what it was in ancient times. For centuries, it was Aristotle's idea about motion that was widely believed in. According to the Aristotelian concept, a constant force is required to keep a body moving with constant velocity. Moving objects travel a short distance on rough surfaces having extreme friction. Rightly, Galileo pointed out that this change in velocity of a body moving along a horizontal plane is due to frictional forces and air resistance. On surfaces having relatively less friction, the moving objects travel a relatively longer distance. When the action of the frictional forces and air resistance are entirely eliminated, the body will move perpetually with a constant velocity along a straight line. Though such a situation doesn't exist in real life, Galileo reasoned that objects moving with uniform velocity would maintain the state of motion forever in the absence of opposing forces such as friction and air resistance. This property is known as inertia. It is this inertia that makes objects remain at rest when no force acts upon them. Galileo's concept of inertia was the basis for investigations by Sir Isaac Newton, who gave the three fundamental laws of motion. Newton's first law of motion, which is a reformulation of Galileo's concept of inertia, states that every body continues to be in its state of rest or in a state of uniform motion in a straight line unless it is compelled to change that state by external forces.
In Newton's first law of motion, there are two parts. The first part of the law states that an object continues to remain at rest until it is acted upon by an external force. The phenomenon is commonplace. All objects at rest will continue to remain at rest until it is moved by the application of force. The second part states that an object moving with uniform velocity will continue to move unless it is compelled to change its state of uniform motion by an external force. From these two parts, it follows that a change in the state of rest or of uniform motion of objects can be brought about only with the use of force. Thus, force can be defined as an external agency that changes or tends to change the state of rest or of uniform motion of a body in a straight line.
Newton's first law of motion is in action everywhere. Flying objects keep moving until something either stops them or changes their motion in some way. This is why the planets which were set in motion when the solar system was formed continue to move through space. They are in a perpetual state of motion because there is nothing to stop them. Here is another instance of Newton's first law of motion in operation. A moving vehicle along with passengers is in a state of motion. For the vehicle to stop, a force has to be applied. When the brakes are applied suddenly, it is the motion of the vehicle that gets arrested, not the motion of the passengers. Therefore, the passengers are jerked forward. Here is a situation where both the postcard and the coin are at rest. When a force is applied to the card, it is the card that goes into motion, but not the coin. Not having come under the influence of force, the coin has to be in a state of rest, but it has lost its support. Therefore, it has to fall down.
These are just two examples. There are umpteen situations where you can observe the principles of the first law of motion in action. Examine those situations and explain them. That would help you grasp the essence of Newton's first law of motion. We will examine the remaining two laws in the next episode. Until then, read the books suggested here and answer the questions.
Besides your own textbooks, also read the book suggested here. Principles of Physics by N. Subramaniam and Brij Lal. Published by S. Chand and Co. Limited, New Delhi, 1990. Physics textbook by Arvind Kumar, B.K. Sharma, P.C. Jain and others. Published by the National Council of Educational Research and Training, New Delhi, 2002. Pradeep's Fundamental Physics by K.L. Gomber and K.L. Gogia. Published by Pradeep Publications, Jalandhar, 2003. Engineering Mechanics by S. Timoshenko and D.H. Young. Published by McGraw-Hill, New Delhi, 1956. Here are the questions for you to answer. Define force. What are the major classifications of forces? Define each of these and compare the magnitude of their strength. What is the force that acts between the planets? Why is gravitational force always attractive? What are the specifications of force? Differentiate the terms mass and weight. How does Newton's first law of motion imply that the state of an object at rest is the same as that of an object in uniform motion?
And watch the second episode of the Laws of Motion without fail. Until then, take care.
If you have any doubts to clarify, or if you wish to watch the unit again, write to the Director, Consortium for Educational Communication, NSC Campus, Aruna Asaf Ali Marg, New Delhi 110067, or email at cec@del.bsnl.net.in. You can also write to the Director, Educational Multimedia Research Center, University of Calicut, Calicut University, PO 673635. Email ID is emmrccalicut@yahoo.co.in.
Hi viewers, welcome to the paper Library and Information Center Management. Library Housekeeping Operations, Technical Services. Collection Development. Collection development is a vital process in creating and building a library collection. It is a well-planned activity for which a well-defined policy is essential. It primarily includes acquisition, selection, evaluation, preservation and weeding out of materials or books or journals according to users' need. Collection development is defined as the planned purchase of materials in various formats to match the needs of the users. The heart of a library is its collection. The process of collection development includes selection, deselection of current and retrospective materials including gifting kinds, planning of coherent strategies for continuing acquisition, input into preservation decision. Evaluation of the collection to ascertain how well they serve users' needs. These functions are guided by a collection development policy which establishes priorities, supports efforts and facilitates decisions. The information explosion coupled with tightening budgets requires selectors to look at ways to access resources in ways beyond physical ownership, including licensing electronic databases and providing document delivery. With the advent of Internet and other IT tools, there has been a shift from print documents to electronic documents such as CD, DVD, e-books, e-journals, online databases, etc. Accordingly, the collection development policy and process of library have changed considerably. New trends of consortium mode of living has been introduced by the libraries to a great extent. In this changing situation, library and information science professionals need to be aware of and acquainted with the latest changes in the collection development process of libraries. Collection development policy. Collection development policy is a set of rules or norms adopted for developing the collection or stock in a library. It helps for systematic acquisition of library materials. It also encourages stability and continuity in the library operation. The planned development of a library's collection requires the application of a well-stated collection development policy. No policy can be definitive for all time since a library is not a static institution. Ideas about its nature and content are constantly evolving. Therefore, a library collection policy must be responsive to change. Collection building is the process of building up of a collection which is qualitatively relevant and quantitatively adequate. The process involves not only the addition of documents but acquisition of multiple copies of documents which are in great demand and weeding up and withdrawal of documents also. Documents are added to the collection mainly by 4 methods. They are purchase, gift, exchange and deposit. As far as the most library are concerned, purchase is the major means of acquisition of relevant documents. Selection. Since no library can procure all the documents produced, there arises the need for selection. The documents produced are so vast that selection becomes a process of rejection. Space limitation also force a library to select documents. Libraries very often get suggestions from the users. Library also make its own selection. Selection process is guided by certain principles. Principles of document selection. Library professionals out of their experience have evolved a number of principles over a period of time. Though they are evolved in the context of book selection, they are equally applicable to the selection of all types of documents. A few of the principles are given below. The first principle is Drury's principle. The principles of Drury, evolved in 1930, states that the basic purpose of book selection is to provide the right book to right reader at the right time. In fact, this is the epitome of librarianship. Right book is not necessarily the best book, but a book which satisfies the immediate information requirements of the user. Right reader is the person who is sincerely in the need of information, and right time speaks of the need for the providing the documents without delay. In other words, it speaks of the efficiency of the administrative machinery. Second principle is Dewey's principles. The best reading for the largest number at the least cost is the principles of Dewey. According to this principle, a library should select the best documents which may satisfy the information needs of maximum numbers of readers, taking into consideration the need for providing maximum numbers of documents. Third principle is McCorvin's principle. McCorvin held the view that the sole guiding principle of book selection should be demand of the user. The demand of the users provide volume and variety to the collection. But this principle offers no scope for exercising the discretion of librarian in collection building. The exercise is that there will always be a vociferous minority who demand more and there is a chance that the collection may consist entirely of mediocre books. This was realized by McColvin later, and he himself modified the principle. Fourth principle is the 5 laws of Ranganathan. The first 3 laws of Ranganathan, that is, books are for use, every reader his book, and every book its reader, underscore the importance of careful book selection. If these laws are remembered whenever a book is selected, that will lead to the responsible selection. Selection tools. The library professionals come to know of new books or e-resources through some sources. These sources are called as selection tools. There are a number of such selection tools. The most commonly used tools for the selection of books are bibliographies, catalogs, current sources, blurbs, and book reviews. There are similar tools which can be used for the selection of digital materials, including databases. It is all the more easy to search the internet and locate the details of selection tools for different categories of documents. Acquisition procedure. Selection process. Depending upon the circumstances, there may be a committee mean for selection of documents. In a public library, public men eminent in their field from among the members of the library and members of library committee may form the committee. In an academic library, the faculty members or teachers and the division head of library, if any, and the librarian will constitute the committee. In a special library, the scientist or managers, the head of institution or his nominee, and the librarian form the committee. The librarian has to consolidate the requests from the clients and other books recommended or selected by his staff members and place the list before the committee for consideration and final approval. Based on the recommendations of the committee, the librarian may change, delete, or add the titles in the list. One thing has to be borne in mind. Though a book selection committee is useful for having a balanced book stock, its recommendation should be advisory in nature and not mandatory. The committee should ensure that the stock of every subject remains balanced. In manual method, the book selection cards prepared for each title. All bibliographical details in the documents are filled up using different selection tools. The book selection card preparation work should be done as a daily or weekly routine. Further delay is not advisable in libraries. The book selection cards are first arranged alphabetically by author under various subjects and are checked with the main catalog to find out if there is any duplication. Those titles which are found to be available in the library are removed from the group. The remaining cards are then checked with the list for which orders have already been placed. Those items which are found to be available in these sequences are also removed from the book selection list. This finalized list is sent to library committee if necessary for approval. The library committee should meet periodically, that is, at least once in a month. The librarian should present this list with the details of availability of fund for the purchase to committee for their approval. In the case of academic libraries and special libraries, recommendations by competent authority can be processed by checking for duplication and straightaway orders can be made. As soon as the selection process is finalized, acknowledgement letters to all who made the suggestion or recommendations have to be sent. If some suggestions are not accepted, the pupil consent should be informed with the reason for rejection. In a computerized library, the details are filled up in the acquisition module of the library management software and a consolidated list is prepared. Ordering. Several practices are followed in India. They are tender system. In this system, multiple copies of the list of selected books are taken and circulated among important booksellers in the country to know whether they can be supplied the books. They will be asked to specify the price, discount rates and the time needed for the supply. The order is given to the firm which offer the lowest tender for the supply of books. Sometimes the order is split and given to various booksellers who offer the highest rates and discount and the lowest exchange rate. Quotation system. This is the practice of inviting quotation for the supply of books at the commencement of the financial year. The quotation should show the trade discount and the rate of conversion of each foreign currency. The bookseller who gives the maximum percentage of discount and the lowest conversion rate will be provided with the order for 1 year. The quotation system also follows the same procedures of tender, but before the beginning of financial year, the booksellers would have been selected. It also suffers from the same drawbacks of the tender system. Standing vendor system. Here, 1 or 2 booksellers of the repute are appointed as standing vendors and all books orders are placed with them and it is their duty to procure them. General booksellers, wholesalers and publishers either local or from outstations are usually appointed as standing vendor under certain terms and conditions. If some booksellers has all the qualifications and agree to fulfill the above criteria, they can be appointed as standing vendors. There is also the practice of appointing many vendors who represent the various publishers. The Good Office Committee, that is GOC, recommendation used to be followed in this method of procurement, but the accessibility of GOC is being challenged. Books on approval. This is a method widely practiced in India. Here the publishers and booksellers bring books to the library which they consider as useful to the library. There is also the practice of library staff with representative of the users visiting book exhibitions and selecting books subjected to final approval. In both the cases, the final approval is made by the competent authority like the book selection committee or the chief librarian. The advantage of this method is that the librarian or the users get an opportunity to examine the contents of document before order is given. The disadvantage is that some booksellers brings only those books which are unwanted. Some others may not take the rejected books back in time, putting the librarian in difficulty. Which of the above system is to be adopted is decided by librarian or the authority concerned. Order placing work. Whatever may be the system adopted, the next stage, that is placing of orders, will be the same. Order lists are prepared subject wise or publisher wise. Orders are prepared in duplicate or triplicate. The original copy is sent to the book file. Duplicate copy is sent either to person who recommended the books or account section of the institution for their information and later verification at payment. The third copy is kept as office copy. In some libraries, there will be printed covering letter incorporating all the conditions and the list of books would be attached to this letter. Receipt of books. When the librarian receives the books and the invoice, they are passed on to the concerned section for verification. In the acquisition section, bills are checked with the order to verify the correctness of the price change at the edition, impression, etc. It is very important to check whether the edition is the library edition or hardbound editions or the cheaper paperback. The paperback edition will be cheap and therefore it has to be ensured whether the order was for the hardbound library editions or paperback or softcover editions. The page edition also has to be checked to see whether all pages are there. The cost of book will be given in the inner flap of the jacket in foreign books. Otherwise, the price has to be found out from some catalog or bibliographical sources. In Indian books, mostly the price will be given on the verso of the title page or at the back of jacket. Internet bookshops like Amazon.com can also be consulted for ascertaining the price. If any discrepancy is observed, it is noted in a separate sheet and brought to the attention of booksellers or supplier. In big libraries, a printed form containing the usual discrepancy is used for the purpose. The relevant item will be tick marked and sent to the booksellers requesting them to replace the book or to rectify the defects. Once some discrepancy are noted, in the case of some books, two courses are open to the librarian. He can either deduct the amount of book or books from the invoice or make the payment for the rest, requesting the booksellers to rectify the discrepancy at the earliest, or he can wait until the complaint is attended to by the bookseller. Accessioning. On verification, if everything was found to be alright, the book had to be accessioned or assigned a serial number. The accessioning is done in a register called accessioning register. In bigger libraries, separate register may be maintained for purchased book, books obtained by way of gift, and books received on exchange. Similarly, it is better to maintain separate register for each form of document. Thus, there may be separate register for books, reports, bound periodicals, photos, maps, microforms, manuscripts, cassettes, films or film strips, software packages or data files. An accession register for books should contain at least the following columns, that is, date, accession number, author, title, volume, edition, year, pages, publication, supplier, price, invoice number and date, remarks. The accessioning work is done in order of the arrival of books in the library. The person in charge of accessioning work first of all arrange the books in the order in which they are mentioned in the invoice. Then he fills out the columns of the accession register and gives the accession number on the end paper in the beginning and at the verso of the title page. Some libraries put the numbers in some secret page also in order to identify the books. Then the accession number is put on the invoice at least in 2 copies on the left hand margin. The assistant or librarian gives a certificate on the bills as given below. Certify that the books have been received in good conditions and brought to account in the accession register wide number, he puts his initials and sent to the books for further processing. Bill passing work. The assistant may be library assistant or office assistant, checks the conversion rates and check the total for correctness and gives a certificate that the correct amount has been charged for every item. He puts the stamp to that effect and writes passed for payment of rupees. Sometimes budget head also is shown along with this. Weeding out and withdrawal of books. Documents also have their lifespan. Very often the contents lose their value over a period of time, which is referred to as obsolescence. For example, when new editions come, the earlier editions are seldom used. Similarly, many books may become unusable due to the constant wear and tear. There is no meaning in keeping those books in the active collection. Therefore, many libraries resort to the practice of removing them from active use. This process is known as weeding. In modern management terminology, this is referred to as stock editing. Some authors refer to it as deselection. This is essential in order to keep the collection active and vibrant. The books removed from the active collection are kept separately as closed references by some libraries. Some others remove them to the cellar. In Western countries, there is the practice of keeping the weeded out books from a group of related libraries at one place or auctioning them. Whatever may be the method resorted to, weeding out can be done only with the approval of the competent authority. It is necessary to indicate the new collection number in the relevant catalog cards and shelf cards. The practice of periodical weeding out of the collection has not become rampant in our country. In an open access library, mutilation and theft of books are inevitable. By providing reprography services and by ensuring strict vigilance,
this can be prevented to a very great extent. But still, some deviant behavior is likely. Therefore, there is a provision to write off a certain amount of document used as inevitable loss. In India, a norm followed is to write off 3 books per 1000 books used in a year. A loss above this point is considered to be high. In India, there is the practice of holding the library staff responsible for the loss of books. The trend is changing thanks to the efforts of professional associations. In order to write off books, certain procedures have to be followed. First of all, it has to be reported as lost in stock verification carried out in the library more than once. Then it should be reported to the competent authority and necessary approval to write off should be obtained. Once approval is obtained, remove all the catalogue entries and shelf list related to the books. In the remarks column of the accession register, write withdrawn and quote the number and date of the order sanctioning the withdrawal against the entries of books withdrawn. Side by side, effort should be made to procure copies of books withdrawn if they are really useful. In all probability, these books would be highly useful and therefore need replacement. Computers in the acquisition process. Acquisition is one of the first processes that begin to be automated next only to cataloging. In any library management software, the first module will be acquisition. Once this module is involved, all the jobs right from the preparation of selection slip to the accessioning can be done as sequential job. Duplicate checking, generation of document list for approval, ordering, sending reminders for non-receipt of documents, etc. are done as the routine activities. Online bookshops like Amazon.com has made the job of book procurement all the more easy, not only for libraries but also for individuals. This source is extensively used by libraries to ascertain the price of books. Using computer for the acquisition has the added advantage of generating cataloging data from the same files. Technical processing. The major items of the work of technical sections are classification and cataloging. From the management point of view, we deal only with the routines connected with these two processes. We will also deal with the routines to be performed to make the volume fit for public use and to bring the catalog cabinet up to date. In big libraries, it is found to be certainly convenient and even necessary to have a separate set of the catalog for the use of the classifier or cataloger. It is not convenient for the cataloger and the classifier to use the public catalog on account of its distance from the processing section and its constant use by others. According to Ranganathan, it may be convenient in the technical section. In automated libraries, there is no need to have separate catalog entries in the technical section because the OPAC will serve the purpose. The distinctive work of the technical section is to be planned with the reference to the following factors. First one is classification, second cataloging, third preparation of volumes for public use, fourth correction of call numbers and catalog entries, fifth classification and cataloging codes, sixth catalog cabinet. In a large library, it is better to plan the work of technical section on a weekly basis so that the work may be evenly distributed throughout the year. Classification. As soon as the volume from the accession section arrive with a list, tally the volumes and list rapidly. If there is any discrepancy, it has to be settled with the accession section. When the tallying is over, sort the volumes rapidly by their main classes. Unless the book is of very elusive nature, the main class can be readily fixed by a perusal of the title and the contents page, and if necessary by turning through the pages rapidly. While sorting, place on the title page of each volume a process slip to be used for noting the class numbers and the subject entries of the document. Maintenance of staff manual. If some modifications are effected in the schedules of classification scheme in use, these decisions should be properly recorded in staff manual meant for the technical section. This helps the smooth flow of work in the prescribed lines if all the classifier leaves the library or transferred to other section. Because of this procedure, the newcomers do not feel handicapped due to lack of proper guidance. The modification should be decided in staff meetings after great thought and prolonged discussions. Wrong decision can paralyze the entire system. Cataloging. Classification determines the place of book on the shelves. Physically, book can be placed only at one place according to number assigned to it. But the readers approach the document from different angles like author, title, editor, translator, series, etc. And here it is the catalog that comes to the rescue of reader. Without a catalog, the whole purpose of libraries will be lost. It is also important to select the right kind of catalog for the library. Here the question is whether to go for a classified catalog or for a dictionary type. For a public library, dictionary catalog would be useful because the readers find it easier to consult. The readers of a public library do not require deep study of various subjects. But for a research and special library, the classified catalog would be more ideal since the readers generally approach the reading materials through subjects they are expected to have the full panorama of all documents at one place. This is possible only through a classified catalog. The point of decision is the selection of cataloging code, that is whether to select ACR1 or ACR2 or classified catalog code of Ranganathan. Other codes like Anglo-American code of 1908 and ALO code of 1949 have lost much of their significance. In the context of the increased use of non-book materials, it is better to go for ACR2. The next point of decision is about the physical form, that is to have a printed catalog, card catalog or a computerized catalog. If it is a card catalog, whether the entries are to be handwritten, typewritten or duplicated by a duplicator. If duplicator is used, it is better and economical to have unit cards. The answer to the above questions also depends on the kind and the size of library for which has to be made. With the availability of data management softwares, libraries first started using computers for cataloging purposes. As a result, many libraries have computerized catalog even if the library is not automated. Physical processing. The major routines coming under the purview of physical processing are cutting open the pages. Take each volume and cut open the pages. The cutting open should be done only with a sharp knife. The temptation to use the finger or a pencil for the job should be strictly resisted. The work should be done for every sheet whenever necessary. The impression produced by finding a book not cut in a library for years is damaging to the reputation of the library. Pasting of labels. After the preparation of the catalog cards, the books are handed over to the semi-professionals or unskilled workers for pasting the labels in the book. The labels used are spine labels, ownership labels or stamp, book pocket, book card and date slips. Then entries are made in all the labels. Other routines of technical sections are correction of call numbers and catalog entries and recording the changes in the classification and cataloging codes and maintenance of staff manual and authority file, preparation of accession list or list of new additions. Let us summarize this session. The major steps in the acquisition process of documents are selection, ordering, receipt of documents, accessioning and bill passing. For selection, principles enunciated by Drury, Dewey, McColvin and Ranganathan serve as a guidelines. Libraries make the use of a number of selection tools like different types of bibliographies, catalogs, blurbs, review and internet bookshops. For ordering, a number of methods like quotation system, standing vendor system, books on approval are followed. On receipt of documents, they are examined and if everything is alright, accession in a register called accession register. Then the bills are processed and passed by competent authority for payment. The writing of documents and reading of the process also comes under the purview of acquisition section. Technical processing involves classification, cataloging and physical processing of documents. From the management point of view, the question of selection of appropriate classification and cataloging scheme also arises in new libraries. Here are some questions for you. Write a note on the changes that have taken place in the collection building of libraries in the digital era. Second one, briefly explain any 4 principles of document selection. Third one, mention any 5 categories of document selection tools with 2 specific titles in each. Fourth one, briefly explain the steps in the acquisition of documents. Fifth one, explain how computers can be used in the procurement of documents. Sixth one, what are the main routines followed in the technical section of a library. Seventh one, explain the jobs involved in the physical processing of books. Here some books are listed for further reading. Librarianship and Introduction by Chaudhary G.G. et al. Publisher Facet Publishing in 2008. The New Professional Handbook by Coral Sheila and Riverton, published in London, and Publishers Library Association Publishing in 1999. Introduction to Technical Services by Evans G. Edward et al. 7th edition, Anglewood, Colorado Libraries Unlimited in 2002. Library Administration Theory and Practice by Mittal R.L. 5th edition, New Delhi Metropolitan in 1983. Library Administration by Ranganathan S.R. 2nd edition, New Delhi SS Publication in 2006. Library Management by Sharma C.K. and Kiran Singh, Volume 1st and 2nd, New Delhi, Atlantic in 2005. Here we conclude this session on library housekeeping technical services. We will discuss another topic in the next session. Till then, bye.
Welcome to the interface program. Today we are having with us Professor M. Lellis Divagar, an eminent academician and professor and head of the School of Mathematics from Madurai Kamaraj University, Tamil Nadu. Now, welcome sir.
Welcome.
Let me ask a question.
Okay.
How will you, we are discussing about topology. So, how will you define the subject topology to a layman?
Topology means location or position, but mathematically topology is the study of shape and their properties, deformation appearing them, mapping between them and so on. This is topology.
How will you define topology for UG and PG students of mathematics?
Very good question. Actually, topology grew out of geometry. expanding on some of ideas and loosening some of structure appearing therein. Traditional geometry objects like circle, triangle, sphere are considered rigid with well-defined distance between the points, well-defined angle between the edges, but in topology these are all irrelevant. For example, what is this? This is an object, this is a circle, but you can make this is triangle, this is rectangle, this is square. So what we understand from this, object is one, but we can make as many as possible shape. But one thing we should not do that, you should not cut it, you should not separate it. This is topology. This is the point, the set of points.
Some people are defining topology as rubber sheet geometry.
Yeah, yeah. This is the thing. This is the rubber sheet, now. With the shape, one object, we can make many shapes. Therefore, we call it as rubber sheet geometry.
What are the branches of topology?
Yeah, there are so many branches. Algebraic topology, dimensional geometry, geometric topology, fuzzy topology, digital topology,
Differential topology.
differential topology. There are so many.
What about graph theory? Is it a branch of topology?
Yeah. On those days, topology is in abstract mathematics, but here there are so many wide scope to do further research. Fuzzy.
You mean there are a lot of applications of topology?
Yeah, there are so many applications. For example, image processing, fuzzy topology, digital topology. These are all recently we have introduced nano topology. Using this nano topology, we can identify the core symptoms for diabetes patient. We can identify the core symptoms for cardiovascular disease. These are all many applications nowadays.
What about the Indian contributions?
Yeah, on those days there are many Indian mathematicians, but here I will quote some of the eminent mathematicians. Vaidyanath Swami,
R. Vaidyanath Swami.
Yeah, R. Vaidyanath Swami, Professor Venkatraman,
M. Venkatraman.
Rajagopal,
M. Rajagopal.
yes, Dr. V. Kannan. These are all eminent topologists, but I can proudly say most of the topologists from in our university, Madurai Kamaraj University.
Madurai School of Topology.
Yeah, actually the Madurai Kamaraj University, the School of Mathematics, introduced the concept of Master of Philosophy in throughout India. 1967, Professor Venkatraman introduced the concept, the bridge goes between PG and research, that is MPhil to the UGC, but UGC then UGC adopted the wonderful concept, then implemented all over India, not only mathematics, for all disciplines. So the MPhil was born in Madurai Kamaraj University.
Professor Vaidyanath Swami's book Set Topology is one of the first textbooks of topology.
First topology.
It's also very popular throughout the world.
Yeah.
All these days.
Yes.
I think it was published in 1948. Still.
Yeah. But on those days, most of the books written by German language. But Vaidyanath Swami and J.C. Kelly, these books were first written by in English.
The first book I think is Alexander of Hope.
Yeah.
That book was published only in German at that time.
On those days, the Poincare, Hausdorff, these are the mathematicians developed the concept of topology. Nowadays, many mathematicians, many scientists are applying the topological model to real life applications. So now the topology is one of the most important component in applied mathematics.
It's also important in pure mathematics.
Yes.
Will you explain what is meant by topology? That is the formal definition of topology or topological space.
Yeah, but actually, a non-empty set X, then a collection tau are the collection of subsets of X, satisfying the main important axioms. Number one, the empty set, the whole set belongs to that collection tau. Arbitrary union of member of tau is a member of tau. Third condition is finite intersection member of tau is a member of tau. This is then X tau is called topological space. The member of tau are the open sets. In 1963, the well-known mathematician J.C. Kelly introduced another type, another extension that is called bitopology, which is non-empty set X equipped with two arbitrary topologies, that is X tau 1 tau 2. That is called bitopology. No one, so far, no one find 3 topology or 4 topology. Still research is going on. The beauty is most of the classical results in gender topology you can extend into bitopology.
Yeah, I can understand why one topology is given in a space, because that is related to the study of real analysis. There is a study of real line, complex plane and metric spaces.
Yeah.
In metric spaces we are having the collection of open sets satisfying these axioms,
Yes.
and there can be that is just these axioms are justified because of that.
Yeah.
But what is the provocation, that or what is the motivation for giving two topologies on the same set? Can you give a motivation for that?
Yeah, fine. Very good question. The same idea from the metric space that is called quasi-pseudo metric.
Which means?
For example, the function p from x cross x to r satisfying two conditions, that is p of x comma x equal to 0 for all x belongs to x, and another condition is p of x comma z less than or equal to b of xy plus p of yz. This is a triangle inequality. This condition p is said to be quasi-pseudo metric. Then if p is quasi-pseudo metric, then we can define another function, that is q of xy equal to p of y comma x is also a quasi-pseudo metric, that is q is said to be conjugate of p. Then every quasi-pseudo metric p gives topology tau of p, whose base b of x comma epsilon with respect to p. Similarly, every quasi-pseudo metric q gives another topology tau of q, whose base p of x comma epsilon with respect to q. Therefore, the non-empty set X equipped with two topologies tau of p, tau of q, that is bitopology.
These days we are more interested in nano topology.
Yes.
How do you explain that? What is nano?
Yeah, very interesting question, because now wherever I go, the people used to ask me, is there any application in topology? In that way, I introduced that question, induced me to introduce new topology, that is nano topology. Nano means dwarf, D-W-A-R-F, that's German word. Nano means small size, like nano car. Nano car is not using nanotechnology. Because of the size, we are call it nano car. In that way, in our topology, consists whatever may be the size of the topology consists at most 5 elements, not more than that. Sometimes 4, sometimes 3, sometimes 2.
You mean even when the set is very large, or probably infinite?
Yeah, that is now the research is going on in R plus. Nano topology, we can find the R plus. We can restrict when we find the lower approximation, when we find the upper approximation, that the lengthy sequence become small. In that way, we can find all the open sets with respect to 5 elements.
It's not clear. What do you mean by lower approximation and upper approximation?
Yeah, lower approximation in the sense objects of lower approximation certainly belongs to the set X, whereas
My question is not that. My question is what is meant by lower approximation and upper approximation? In what setup you can define these things?
that mathematically lower approximation equal to the union of R of X subset of X, whereas upper approximation is the union of R of X intersects X.
You mean about equivalence relations?
Yes.
So, X is a set provided with an equivalence relation. It is divided into equivalence classes.
Yes.
And you are talking of upper and lower approximation with respect to that particular equivalence relation. Is it having some relation to the concept of rough set theory?
Yeah, basically these sets come based on rough sets. Lower approximation, upper approximation, rough sets, these are all from rough sets. But now using these sets, we form a topology, new topology, that is nano topology. Nowadays, using this beautiful concept, we can identify, we can get the core symptoms for diabetes patient. In diabetes patient, there are so many symptoms, but using this nano topology, we can identify the core symptoms. In cardiovascular disease patient, there are so many attributes, so many symptoms, but using this nano topology, we can identify the core symptoms. This research is now going on.
A lot of people are nowadays starting research in topology, and many of the PG students are looking forward for a career in research in mathematics, in particularly in topology. What are some of the promising areas where serious research is being done currently?
You know, topology is based on open sets. Without open set, we can't imagine about the topology. So many topologists, many researchers introducing various types of open sets nowadays. For example, alpha sets, semi-open, pre-open, these are all weak form of open sets. Theta open, regular open, these are all strong form of open sets. So nowadays we can use, instead of classical open set, we may apply the strong form or weak form of open sets in the classical topology. We may get many fruitful results in this area. For example, in generalized topology, in supra topology, ideal topology, minimal topology, these are all based on open sets. Then instead of classical open sets, we may apply this kind of open sets. We can get varieties of open topology results.
From the point of view of a PG student, he may be familiar with the real line and open intervals of the real line.
Yes.
All may be familiar with it.
Yes.
How will you compare the concept of open sets and the concept of open interval?
Every open interval is an open set.
But not the other way.
Yeah. Therefore, in that way, but these are all finite set. Finite sets depends upon the finite set. But most nowadays the research is going up to the infinite sets.
The real line itself is a infinite set.
Yeah, but the supra and minimal topology, these are all nowadays the researchers are applying the finite sets. But in due course, it is possible for infinite sets.
So first we are defining only open sets.
Yes.
And consequently the closed sets, which are the complements of the open sets. Yes. And you say that this concept of open sets can be generalized to generalized open sets, etc. For example, open interval 0, 1 is an example of an open set, whereas left closed right open interval 0, 1
yes.
or left open right closed interval 0, 1, etc. are examples of sets which are not open but open in a weak sense.
Yes.
So such you are discussing about such generalizations of
yes.
the concept of open
yes.
sets. You mean that these concepts can be applied in several other fields.
Other fields.
Oh, there is a study of this generalized topologies,
Yes.
etc. Generalized open sets, generalized closed sets.
Closest. Yes.
You are telling about generalized topology. What is that?
So generalized, normally the topology satisfying three conditions. Once the arbitrary
Union. And
you remove the condition arbitrary union, finite intersection property and empty set X or may not. These satisfying the condition, we call it as generalized topology.
Who introduced this concept of generalized topology?
Musker.
Oh. A lot of research is being done in this area. Then you are telling about some other types of topology, like
Yes. Fuzzy topology.
Fuzzy topology.
Intuitionist topology.
Oh. What is the idea of the fuzzy topology?
See, fuzzy means the actually well-defined objects, that is called crypt set. The well-defined is missing, and then we call it as fuzzy set. So in that case, we can establish many results.
I would like to know more about the current research in topology being done in other countries, the international level.
Yeah, topology is concerned. There are many people are doing research in abroad, particularly Egypt. There are many universities in Egypt. They are doing research in that area. There are many universities in Russia. They are doing research in topology, particularly algebraic topology. But in India also, the Meerut, University of Meerut, Delhi University, these are the people, these universities, many researchers are doing research in topology. But nowadays in Tamil Nadu,
I think there is another school comparable with the Madurai school of topology.
Yes.
Let me ask a question for the PG students who are just starting with topology. How should they view the subject? How should they study topology, and how should they continue their studies in topology? What are some of your suggestions or advices to such a student?
well, my advice is not only mathematics, not only topology, all the students should study basic things. Then only they can develop the application side. So, if not here, then where? If not now, then when? Therefore, they have to start today itself with basic mathematics.
Many of the students find mathematics, especially in the school classes, many of the students find mathematics very difficult. And it is one of the most unpopular subjects in the school curriculum, sometimes. And some people enjoy it, like we enjoy mathematics. So what is the problem? What is the problem they are having, and how to teach mathematics so that all of the students will enjoy it and understand it more properly?
It's my concern. God creates all are equal. The mathematics knowledge begins from the teacher. Once the teacher teach mathematics properly, definitely the children will get more knowledge in mathematics.
My question is how to teach mathematics properly?
Yeah, they should teach mathematics in practical way, not theoretical way. In lower side, they have to teach mathematical properly. In addition, subtraction, so in this kind of operation, they should teach proper application side.
There is relating it to with the real life.
Yeah, real life. Then only they should know, understand.
So, to conclude, let me thank you for this informative discussion with you. I hope all of us enjoyed.
Thank you very much for giving me the wonderful opportunity to interact related to mathematics, especially topology. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Welcome to the session on Byzantine art. In this section, we'll mainly discuss the Byzantine art. But in fact, there is no chronological, geographical or artistic line to clearly distinguish Byzantine art from the early Christian period. However, in the course of the discussion, we'll make attempt to identify what makes Byzantine art Byzantine. We will begin with mosaic, a new pictorial medium lavishly used in both early Christian and Byzantine arts. Mosaics. In 330 BC, Constantine the Great shifted his imperial capital from Rome to the affluent Greek commercial city called Byzantium. Since then, it came to be known as Constantinople. The rapid growth of architectural construction devoted to the new religion was first concentrated in Constantinople or Byzantium. It later spread at the length and breadth of the empire. The emergence of imposing architectures as opposed to the pagan temples all of a sudden gave rise to an important problem that history had not witnessed so far. The problem was how to decorate the vast blank walls inside the huge basilicas, reflecting the magnitude of the power and the splendor of the imperial religious authority. This was answered by a new form of pictorial art, replacing to a great extent the older and cheaper medium of mural painting. The new medium was mosaic. To be more correct, mosaic was not entirely new. Images in mosaics were made of small pieces of colored materials set in plaster or mortar. To decorate architectural surface, this was in vogue in Sumerian culture as early as 3rd millennium BC. The Greeks, particularly in Hellenistic period, used pebbles, but the Romans refined the technique by introducing small cubes of marbles called tesserae. This enabled the mosaic artist to make faithful copy of the painting as seen, for instance, in the Battle of Alexander. With a few exceptions like this, the Romans largely employed mosaics for floor decorations, in which a pictorial narrative on a specific theme was hardly portrayed. Considering this fact, we may note that the way in which the mosaics used in early Christian art strikes a different chord. The extensive and complex pattern of wall mosaics of early Christian period is in essence without precedent. The color range of Roman mosaics was rich in gradation but had a conspicuous lack of brilliance, as its production completely depended on color marbles available in nature. In a striking contrast, in early Christian mosaics, the tesserae were made of colored glass, which offered colors of a far greater range and intensity than marble tesserae. Each tesserae, set slightly tilted to one another, thus made itself capable of receiving even the dim light emanating from the traditional silver lamps and candles lit in the basilicas while Mass was conducted in night. This shiny glittering aspect of the skewed glass faces of the mosaic brings about the overall surface a shimmering immaterial screen rather than a solid continuous surface. These additional features of glass mosaic made itself an ideal and enduring medium reflecting early Christian architectural aesthetics well in tune with the imperial grandeur. The process of making glass tesserae involves painstaking work. Glass tesserae were made out of a compound of sand, soda or potassium lime with metallic oxide which determined hues. Hardened sheets of glass were cut into tesserae of approximately cubic shape. To prepare gold mosaics, gold leaf was placed on a glass sheet and liquid form of glass was applied over it and heat applied to bond the glass layers, effectively embedding the gold leaf within glass. Equally painstaking was the setting of the tesserae on wall surface. Hundreds of thousands of tesserae were needed. They were made at the site where visual images in mosaics to be produced. The process usually began by applying multiple layers of plaster to a wall, and tesserae were laid into still fresh plaster, which allowed tesserae to submerge at least half the surface. As this complex process was labor intensive and so much time consuming, only a small section of the wall could be completed a day. By all means, mosaic production was a costly enterprise. It was 4 times more expensive than wall painting. But its durability and its colorful shimmering visibility in night came to justify its expense. At this moment, we have to look at one more problem that the world of Christianity once again confronted with. How to decorate the Christian basilicas mentioned above was not only a question related to the medium, but was also an equally significant question as to what to decorate with. Because here again, the issue of image worship that was condemned in the Bible caused very violent disputes. All devout Christians objected to large lifelike statues representing God or his saints being placed in the church. However, they thought of pictorial forms in different terms. Painting or mosaic was thought to be useful because they helped remind the faithful of the teachings they had received and kept the sacred memories alive. The western part of the Roman Empire upheld this view. Pope Gregory the Great of late 6th century AD was in line with this view. He argued that many members of the church remained illiterate, and for the purpose of teaching them these images were as useful as the pictures in a picture book are for children. Painting can do for the illiterate what writing does for those who can read, he said. Ever since, this interpretation was of immense importance for art, but the art implied in his view was of a special kind. Since the Christian messages to be easily communicated to the illiterate onlooker, the story had to be presented with a great deal of clarity and simplicity. This aspect of being simple, clear, and straightforward set the tone and tenor of the Byzantine mosaics hailing from the 6th century onwards. The mosaic decoration, the Good Shepherd, appears in the mausoleum of Galla Placidia of Ravenna of this period, for instance, would provide us a general idea about the way in which the new medium was put to use. Often appears in standing posture, the Good Shepherd of the catacomb paintings recurs here, but in a seated posture against a landscape. As we have already seen in the Junius Bassus sarcophagus, here too the Good Shepherd is a young man with many attributes borrowed from imperial art. His halo comes from representations of the emperor as Sun King, and his gold robes and purple scarf are traditional signifiers of royal stature. These attributes are appropriate to a commission by the imperial family, but equally significant is the way formal features further the message, and perhaps here there is a paradox. While Christ, with realistically modeled face and flowing hair and garments, sits comfortably in a lush landscape with sky blue background, the prevalence of gold denies naturalism to the scene. The paradox is that Christ is at once human, imperial, and of this world, and yet also beyond it, existing within a glimmering ethereal realm of which he is a natural part. it seems to suggest that while Greco-Roman art stressed the three-dimensional aspects of reality, early Christian mosaics transformed the ancient illusionistic realism in favor of the new religious teachings. This stylistic transformation of Greco-Roman art and its illusionistic realism manifests itself in a better terms in another instance of a mosaic depiction of miracle of loaves and fishes. Done in about 520 AD in the Basilica of S. Apollinaire Nuovo in Ravenna, it depicts the story from the Bible in which Christ fed 5,000 people on 5 loaves and 2 fishes. But the expected large crowd in divergent postures and expressions as part of the theme is strikingly absent in the scene. A long-haired, beardless Christ, as he lived in the imagination of this period, appears in the center with 2 arms stretching out in blessing posture. 2 apostles on either side offer him the loaves and fishes with which the miracle is about to be performed. The apostles concealed their hands with the robe as a gesture of reverence, as subjects offering tributes to their rulers used to do at that time. It lends it the look of a solemn ceremony. The way the whole composition was conceived altogether in a different mode, in fact, talks about strikingly different expressive content of the story. It was not only a representation of a miracle that had happened some years in the past, but it presents itself in such a way that a celestial world just unfolded itself before the faithful. So much so that Christ appears against an ethereal world of golden background as opposed to natural surroundings and looks steadfastly at the devout spectators. Because it is whom he is going to feed, this explains the sheer absence of the crowd within the narrative frame. The depiction of the figures in this innovation may look rather stiff and rigid, but we have to approach them from a different angle. An insightful explanation in this direction was given by E. H. Gombrich. In his words, there is nothing of the mastery of movement and expression, which was the pride of the Greek art and which persisted until Roman times. The way in which the figures are planted in strict frontal view may almost remind us of certain children's drawings, and the artist must have been well acquainted with Greek art. He knows exactly how to drape a cloak around a body so that the main joints should remain visible through the folds. He knows how to mix tones of different shades in his mosaics to convey the colors of flesh or of the rocks. He marked the shadows on the ground and had no difficulty in representing foreshortening. If the picture looks rather primitive to us, it must be because the artist wanted to be simple. The Egyptian ideas about the importance of clarity in the representation of all objects had returned with great force because the stress the church laid on clarity. But the forms the artist used in this new attempt were not the simple form of primitive art, but the developed forms of Greek painting. Thus, Christian art of this period became a curious mixture of primitive and sophisticated method. The power of observation of nature, which we saw awakening in Greek about 500 BC, was put to sleep again about AD 500. Byzantine art. These stylistic features foreshadow what was later to become the characteristics of Byzantine art. Sumptuous ornamentation that earlier enriched the beauty of interiors of basilicas was now more or less eliminated from the decorative matrix. Instead, tall, slim, and full-faced figures enacting against the sheen of an ethereal brilliance of gold glass background of the mosaic began to reign supreme in the new order. Every figure, every object was made in simple, clear and obvious manner by visualizing them within sharp and unblurred outline. By and large, mosaic became the reflection of a transcendental splendor. This reformulation of Byzantine style can be seen beautifully manifested itself in a mosaic pageantry in the church of San Vitale, built between 526 and 547 AD in the Italian city of Ravenna, which was the provincial capital and the main stronghold of Byzantine rule in Italy. Flanking the apse of San Vitale, there are two important mosaics. They depict the Emperor Justinian I and his retinue in the right panel, and in the opposite wall, the Empress Theodora and her attendants. In the first glance, the figures strike the spectators by their slender, elongated bodies with tiny feet and small heads. It is intriguing to look at closely the thematic content of both depictions. Both scenes visualize a moment from a ceremonial procession of early Byzantine liturgy called First Entrance. Justinian and Theodora are shown with their retinue bringing offering to the sanctuary of San Vitale devoted to Christ. The way in which the procession appears has close resemblance with that of the saints and martyrs depicted as proffering their golden crown to Christ and Virgin Mary in the church of San Apollinaire in Classe at the port of Ravenna. However, in reality, the emperor and the empress had never visited San Vitale, but their emphatic images come to confirm their presence and authority. Justinian's panel shows Maximianus, the bishop of Ravenna, leading the procession of the first entrance. He is wearing a ritual attire, the episcopal stole and bejeweled cross. Two deacons accompany him, one carrying an incense burner and the other a bejeweled gospel book, which, as a symbol of Christ and the word of God, will be placed on the altar. Following him or walking side by him is Justinian, who is portrayed conspicuously by his crown, his halo, and his purple drapery called chlamys. He holds a golden bowl containing bread, which will be placed on high altar. He is immediately followed by Argentarius, who financed the building of San Vitale, on his left, and the general Belisarius, who recaptured Ravenna from the barbarians, on his right. In the extreme right, the emperor is accompanied by his bodyguards carrying a shield with the Chiro monogram, a combination of the first two letters for Christ in Greek, the language of early Christians. The opposite panel shows Theodora and her attendants entering one of the doors from the churchyards. Corresponding to Justinian's appearance, she is also shown in purple chlamys with crown and halo, suggesting the embodiment of both political and spiritual power. The chalice she carries and the figures of Magi embroidered at the hem of her chlamys further seem to suggest that the act of offering that she is presently engaged in is as much divine and solemn as what Magi did to infant Christ. It is quite evident that an inordinate stillness and silence pervades the two panels. Devoid of any natural movement and expression, all figures seems to advance in a prescribed order, following the way they move in the royal ceremony. It may be so because the ritual language of gestures, unlike those of everyday life, could exalt the emperor and the empress to a supramundane world. Going in tune with this idealizing process, Byzantine art transformed the sensual aspects of human body into flattened ones, emptied of weight and substance. It could now float in the air without any real contact with nature. Probably this extra human quality causes the figures to cross their feet without crushing each other's toes, and instead of looking ahead of their way, they gaze straight at the spectator with their wide opened eyes, as if they are very conscious of being watched by the faithful. In spite of all attempts towards abstract principles and transcendental leaning that the Byzantine art had expressed, it is hard to deny all traces of inclination for naturalism. The portraits often appear as part of the rigid style of Byzantine compositions are astonishingly lifelike. Observing this stylistic disparity, Arnold Hauser says, "The harmonious way in which this conflict of styles is resolved is perhaps the most remarkable feature of this art. The portraits of the emperor and his wife and of Bishop Maximian make just as convincing an impression and are as lively and appealing as some of the best portraits of the later Roman emperors." In spite of all stylistic limitations, it was apparently no more possible to abandon truth to life, at least in the portraits. Particularly in the portraits of well-known personalities, it was impossible entirely to ignore their personal characteristics. Manuscript illuminations. The rigid compositions and stylistic pattern identifiable with Byzantine art is hardly felt in the ivory carvings or in the illustrated books. Greco-Roman art still exerts a considerable influence on these small-scale art forms at this time. Moreover, we must note that it is during this time that miniature painting or book illustration first came to be an important art form. The term miniature derived from minium, a red pigment used to outline figures. One of the best examples of Byzantine miniatures is the Vienna Genesis, an illustrated page from which shows a biblical narrative of Jacob wrestling with the angel. Unlike the scenes depicted in the mosaics, a number of scenes of the story is narrated in a sequence along a U-shaped order in which progression in space corresponds with progression in time. This method is called continuous narration. Its root can be traced back to Egyptian and Mesopotamian art. Art after iconoclasm. An edict issued by the Emperor Leo III in 730 ordered the destruction of Christian religious images. It gave rise to violent and continuous conflict between iconoclasts, icon smashers, and iconophiles, icon worshippers, that lasted for the next 113 years. Iconoclasts, in fact, were not against art, but against the production and worship of icon. Icon in Greek meaning images. While they were in political power, religious structures were richly decorated in mosaics with a set of secular themes from the Bible, like the Psalms of Solomon or beautiful description of a garden, and so on. However, the final defeat of iconoclasm was officially proclaimed in 843. Ever since, the mosaicists were engaged in the production of large, imposing figures of the Virgin Mary and Christ in an unprecedented grandeur. They appear in the high vaults of large churches like the Hagia Sophia in Istanbul or in the dome of the Church of Daphne near Athens. Mary, worshipped as Divine Mother over the centuries, now assumes more and more importance as a mother of mankind. She is represented as the Queen of Heaven enthroned on the cushions of Byzantine royalty. Similarly, a new tradition was introduced in placing Christ in the dome as the Pantocrator or the ruler of universe, which seems to reflect the triumph of the iconodules over the iconoclast. Image of Christ as such became normal in the Byzantine churches from now onwards. Here are some questions for you. Give a detailed account of the distinct nature of the Byzantine mosaics as opposed to its Roman and Sumerian antecedents. Second, make an analytical study of mosaics representing Justinian and Theodora in the church of San Vitale in Ravenna. Third, talk about the conspicuous change that took place in Byzantine art after iconoclasm was defeated. Here are some books for your reference. Hugh Horner and John Fleming, The Visual Arts, A History. Prentice Hall Inc., Englewood Cliffs, NJ 1984. E. H. Gombrich, The Story of Art, Phaidon Press, London. Penelope J. Davis, Walter B. Denny et al., Jansen's History of Art, The Western Tradition, 7th edition. Prentice Hall, NJ 2007. Paul Grossley, The Early Middle Ages in Dennis Hooker edited History of Western Art, Pipit Press, Box Tree Limited, London 1994. Arnold Hauser, The Social History of Art, Volume 1, Vintage Books, New York, 1985. Andre Grabar, Byzantine Painting, Historical and Critical Study, Skira Macmillan, London, 1979. Here we conclude this session on Byzantine art. We'll meet again for another session. Till then, bye.
Hello and welcome to the session Approaches to Instruction. Because of the rapidly changing nature of our global cultural environment and the role of literacy in enhancing personal, social and cultural development, the concept of literacy is now expanding to include digital, visual and electronic media and popular culture. The dominant teaching learning model has been now one of the greatest transmissions. That is, transmitting information to students has changed. Process of learning has also changed a lot. Learning is an interactive process. The process of instruction has a great role to play in it. Knowledge of teaching and learning styles has led to an appreciation of what constitutes the best practice in meeting individual student needs. A student's learning style is the unique way in which she or he prefers to learn. Teachers also have unique learning styles. They have a unique style of instruction in a classroom. Instructional methods are used by teachers to create learning environments and to specify the nature of activity in which the learner and teacher will be involved during the lesson. Skill is very necessary in adopting any technique in teaching. These include techniques such as questioning, discussing and direction giving and explaining and demonstrating. They also include such actions as planning, structuring, focusing and managing. Teachers are to be encouraged to implement a variety of instructional strategies in order to meet the objectives of a unit as well as to address individual student interest, needs and strength. If a teacher consistently teaches using a preferred learning style, there may be numerous students whose learning styles do not match that of a teacher and therefore their needs will not be met. For this purpose, it is important that teachers utilize a variety of instructional approaches throughout each unit. The decision of the teacher to fix on which approach to adopt will depend upon various things. Teachers will have to focus on curriculum, the prior experiences and knowledge of students, learner interest, student learning styles and the developmental levels of the learners. There are 5 categories of instruction strategies that can be employed by a teacher. They are direct instruction, indirect instruction, interactive instruction, experiential learning and independent study. These methods or approaches of instruction are used to select and to structure teaching strategies, methods, skills and student activities for a particular instructional emphasis. Determining which method of instruction to use in a classroom can sometimes be difficult because there are many different instructional methods which may be used in a training environment. Each method has certain advantages and disadvantages. Some are more suited for certain kinds of instruction than others. Each of the different methods requires greater or lesser participation by students. One method or perhaps a combination of methods is usually most appropriate for most subject matter and objectives. Based on your subject matter, you will need to determine which instructional methods will best showcase the information you will be teaching. Module 2. Direct instruction. Direct instruction is the most commonly used instructional methods in a classroom. The direct instruction strategy is highly teacher directed. This type of instruction posits that the most effective way to teach is by explicit guided instructions. This method of teaching directly contrasts other styles of teaching which might be more passive or encourage exploration. It is a very common teaching strategy relying on strict lesson plans and lectures with little or no room for variation. This strategy includes methods such as lecture, didactic questioning, explicit teaching, practice and drill, and demonstrations. Direct instruction does not include activities like discussion, recitation, seminars, workshops, case studies, or internships. The direct instruction strategy is effective for providing information or developing step-by-step skills. This strategy also works well for introducing other teaching methods or actively involving students in knowledge construction. While this strategy may be considered among the easier to plan and use, it is clear that effective direct instruction is often more complex than it would first appear. Direct instruction methods are widely used by teachers, particularly in the higher grades. Benefits of direct instruction include delivering large amounts of information in a timely manner. Critics argue that direct instruction is nothing but canned teaching with little room for the personalization of lesson plans. Principles of direct instruction. 1. Introduction. This step is also known as focusing event. Here, the topics or information to be learned is presented to the students. The students are informed as to what the learning goal or outcome is for the lesson and why it is important or relevant. 2. Development. Once the goal is communicated to the students, the teacher provides clear explanations, descriptions, examples or models of what is to be learned. The teacher frequently asks questions to see if the students have properly understood what is being taught. At this stage, the teacher can also use visual aids and multimedia presentations to encourage them. 3. Guided practice. If the teacher is sure that the students respond positively, he or she provides the students with opportunities to practice what is expected to be learned while the teacher monitors the activities or tasks assigned. 4. Closure. As a final step, the teacher concludes the lesson and gives a recap of what is covered. 5. Independent practice. Assignments, activities and tasks are given by the teacher related to the topic of learning. This is to reinforce that students have understood what has been learning without teacher assistance. 6. Evaluation. This final step is to assess the progress of the students. Evaluation of pupils' learning provides necessary feedback to both the teacher and the pupil and can be used to determine whether expected learning outcomes have been met. Indirect instruction. Indirect instruction is mainly student-centered. Indirect instruction methods include reflective discussion, concept formation, concept attainment, problem solving and guided inquiry. It takes advantage of a student's interest and curiosity, often encouraging them to generate alternatives or solve problems. Here the role of teacher shifts from a lecturer to that of a facilitator or supporter. The teacher arranges the learning environment and provides opportunity for student involvement. This method is flexible because it frees students to explore diverse possibilities and reduces the fear associated with the possibility of giving incorrect answers. Indirect instruction also fosters creativity and the development of interpersonal skills and abilities. Students often achieve a better understanding of the material and ideas under study and develop the ability to draw on these understandings. Indirect instructions relies heavily on the use of print, non-print and human resources. It has the advantage of making the student an active learner. Here learning is something that is done by the student, not done to the student. Indirect instruction enhances creativity and helps to develop problem solving skills. Its resource based nature brings depth and breadth to the learning experience. Like other strategies, it also has disadvantages. Indirect instruction is more time consuming than direct instruction. Indirect instruction is not the best way of providing detailed information or encouraging step-by-step skill acquisition. It is inappropriate to use this strategy when content memorization and immediate recall is desired. Because indirect instruction is learning centered, it may take more time to accomplish learning goals than direct instruction. As facilitator, the teacher must give control of the learning to the students, which may initially be uncomfortable. And there is also more of a challenge involved in ensuring that the students do accomplish the required learning objectives. Module 3. Interactive instruction. Interactive instruction focuses on discussions and sharing among participants and allows two-way communications. It allows for a range of groupings and interactive methods. These may include total class discussions, small group discussions or projects, or student pairs or triads working on assignments together. For this method to be successful, it is important for the teacher to outline the topic, the amount of discussion time, the composition and size of groups, and reporting or sharing techniques. The success of the interactive instruction strategy and its many methods is heavily depend upon the expertise of the teacher in structuring and developing the dynamics of the group. Interactive instruction requires the refinement of observation, listening, interpersonal and intervention skills and abilities both by the teacher and the students. Experiential learning. Experiential learning is learner-centered and activity-oriented. A teacher can use experiential learning as an instruction strategy both in and outside the classroom. Experiential learning makes use of a variety of resources. Experiential learning requires no teacher and relates solely to the meaning-making process of the individual's direct experience. It is a process of making meaning from direct experiences. For example, going to the zoo and learning through observation and interaction with the zoo environment is much better than reading about animals from the book. But in order to gain genuine knowledge from an experience, certain abilities are required. The learner must be willing to be actively involved in the experience. The learner must be able to reflect on the experience. The learner must possess and use analytical skills to conceptualize the experience. The learner must possess decision-making and problem-solving skills in order to use the new ideas gained from the experience. Hence, personalized reflection about an experience and the formulation of plans to apply learning to other contexts are critical factors in effective experiential learning. For experiential learning to be truly effective, it should employ the whole learning cycle, that is, from experiencing, sharing, analyzing, inferring and applying. This complete process allows one to learn new skills, new attitudes or even entirely new ways of thinking. Creating an experiential learning environment can be a challenge for educators who usually make use of traditional classroom techniques in the class. Identifying activities that allow learners to understand and absorb concepts can be a new and daunting experience. Possible methods that can be used by teachers can be field trips, storytelling, narratives, games, role-playing, surveys, model building, conducting experiments, etc. Concern for student safety, limitations on financial resources and lack of available time are some of the reasons this strategy cannot be applied in all situations. Independent study. Independent study refers to the range of instructional methods which are purposefully provided to foster the development of individual, student initiative, self-reliance and self-improvement. Independent study allows students to explore areas of interest that are not covered in the curriculum. It is sometimes referred to as directed study. It can include learning in partnership with another individual or as a part of a small group. Independent study encourages students to take responsibility for planning and pacing their own learning. Individuals are expected to analyze problems, reflect, make decisions and take purposeful actions. Independent learning enables individuals to respond to the changing demands. Thus, the main goal of this method is to make the student self-sufficient to help students to grow as independent learners. Adequate learning resources for independent study are critical. The teacher who wishes to help students become more autonomous learner will need to support the development of their abilities to access and handle information. It is important to assess the abilities of students they already possess. Independent study is very flexible. It can be used as a major instruction strategy with the whole class in combination with other strategies also. Module 4. Modern approaches to instruction. Differentiated instruction. Differentiated instruction is responsive teaching, keeping the student in mind rather than adopting standardized approach to teaching and learning. It engages students to interact and participate in the classroom in a richer way and gives students a range of ways to access curriculum, instruction and assessment. It is based on the assumption that all students differ in their learning styles, strengths, needs and abilities and that classroom activities should be adapted to meet these differences. Varying instruction is important because it helps to build interest in the class. Differentiated instruction provides all types of learners with opportunities to use both the innate strength and to shore up weaknesses in a variety of experiences, activities and assessments. Differentiation is the practice of modifying and adapting instruction, materials, content, student projects and products and assessment to meet the learning needs of students. In a differentiated classroom, teachers recognize that all students are different and require varied teaching methods to be successful in school. It is different from traditional method of instruction, which was based on the following model. The teacher delivers instruction typically through lecture. The student is given practice work usually in workbooks or on handouts. The teacher reviews the student's work. The teacher provides feedback on the student's performance. The traditional methods of instruction were uniform and consistent where subjects were taught in a specific order. This method met the needs of only half of the students in a classroom. This instruction mainly focused on memorization and not on high-level thinking skills. Differentiated instruction has many advantages over traditional teaching methods. They meet the needs of diverse students with a variety of learning skills. They give best results for students with learning disabilities. They can accommodate students from different cultures. Differentiated instruction stimulates creativity and helps students understand ideas at higher levels of thinking than teaching through written memorization. Multimedia instruction. The simultaneous use of more than one medium to produce a complete learning unit is known as multimedia instruction. It is also known as web-based training or computer-based training. Multimedia-based learning is becoming increasingly common. While it has limitations and certainly should not be seen as a substitute for face-to-face interaction, it does have numerous advantages for professional development of teachers. Multimedia instruction works well for all kinds of content. Both very complex material and very simple information can be delivered easily. There are many approaches to multimedia instruction. The most current being the so-called wired classroom, which permits students individually or simultaneously to use their personal computers. It can also take the form of training, presentations, software simulation, job simulation, testing, reference or online help. Prior to the development of the wired classroom, multimedia instruction depend largely on tape recorders, slide and film projectors and classroom displays of graphics, art and other exhibits. There are various advantages of using multimedia instructions. It's interactive. During a multimedia instruction, the learners are actively engaged. Interactive tools may include multiple choice questions, fill in the blanks, selecting all right answers or matching by dragging and dropping graphics. Feedback engages the learner even more since machines are not judgmental. It's tailored to learner needs. Learners can take the training when they want, as often as they want and at a pace that is right for them. It's cost effective. A multimedia instruction is very useful in situations where users are spread over a wide area. It can be used even in a big lecture halls. It's efficient and effective. By using modern technology in classroom, the learners typically learn more in a shorter period of time. It's easy to revise and update. With multimedia instruction, especially the internet, changes made to one copy are immediately available to all learners. But whether multimedia instruction is suitable for a particular class situation depends on a variety of factors like cost, number of learners, location of the classroom and its availability. Multimedia gadgets are very expensive, but a very large audience may reduce cost greatly and possibly allow you to deliver instruction more effectively and economically than with paper-based instruction. If your learners are spread over broad geographical areas, computer-based training or web-based training may be the only way to provide accurate and effective training to everyone. Let us summarize the major points discussed in this session. The concept of literacy is now expanding to include digital, visual and electronic media because of the rapidly changing nature of our global cultural environment. The dominant teaching learning model has been one of the greatest transmissions now. Process of learning has also changed a lot. Teachers are to be encouraged to implement a variety of instruction strategies in order to meet the objectives of a unit as well as to address individual student interest, needs and strength. If a teacher consistently teaches using preferred learning style, there may be numerous students whose learning styles do not match that of a teacher and therefore their needs will not be met. For this purpose, it is important that teachers utilize a variety of instruction approaches throughout each unit. There are 5 categories of instruction strategies that can be employed by a teacher. They are direct instruction, indirect instruction, interactive instruction, experiential learning and independent study. These methods or approaches of instruction are used to select and to structure teaching strategies, methods, skills and student activities for a particular instructional emphasis. They determine the approach a teacher may take to achieve learning objectives. The chapter discusses in detail the various instruction strategies, their advantages and disadvantages. Direct instruction is the most commonly used instruction methods in a classroom. The direct instruction strategy is highly teacher directed. It is a common teaching strategy relying on strict lesson plans and lectures with little or no room for variation. This strategy includes methods such as lecture, didactic questioning, explicit teaching, practice and drill and demonstrations. The direct instruction strategy is effective for providing information or developing step-by-step skills. Indirect instruction is mainly student-centered. Indirect instruction methods include reflective discussion, concept formation, concept attainment, problem solving and guided inquiry. It takes advantage of a student interest and curiosity, often encouraging them to generate alternatives or solve problems. Interactive instruction focuses on discussion and sharing among participants and allows two-way communication. It allows for a range of groupings and interactive methods. Experiential learning is learner-centered and activity-oriented. Experiential learning requires no teacher and relates solely to the meaning-making process of the individual's direct experience. Independent study refers to the range of instructional methods which are purposefully provided to foster the development of individual student initiative, self-reliance and self-improvement. The last module of the unit focuses on the new approaches that are adopted to make instruction a success. This mainly involves differentiation technique. Differentiated instruction is responsive teaching, keeping the student in mind rather than adopting standardized approach to teaching and learning. It is based on the assumption that all students differ in their learning styles, strengths, needs and abilities and that classroom activities should be adapted to meet these differences. Varying instruction is important because it helps build interest in the class. Differentiated instruction provides all types of learners with opportunities to both use innate strength and to shore up weaknesses in a variety of experiences, activities and assessments. The unit also compares this method of instruction to the traditional method. Another important approach to instruction is the multimedia approach. It is a simultaneous use of more than one medium to produce a complete learning unit. It is also known as web-based training or computer-based training. Both very complex material and very simple information can be delivered easily in this type of instruction. The module concludes with the various advantages of multimedia instruction. Now you can try to answer the given questions here. What is experimental learning? What are the 5 approaches to instruction? Compare direct instruction to indirect instruction. What is your understanding of independent study method? Write a short note on multimedia instruction and its advantages. Now you can go through these books for reference. Learning and Teaching in Physical Education by Colin A. Hardy and Michael Maver, Routledge, London, 1999. Multimedia Learning by Richard E. Mayer, published by Cambridge University Press, 2001. Learning and Instruction by Richard E. Mayer, Merrill, 2003. Hope that you have enjoyed this session. We will meet again with another topic. Thank you.